And, I mean, we have such a big county. I don't know why we couldn't form our own regions within the county.
Sure.
But if you will write down your phone number and your contact information, here you go. They will call you as soon as we have a conversation and keep you updated on everything that we're working on. Good deal.
Appreciate your time.
Well, appreciate
Yeah,
your
thank
time.
you.
Appreciate your efforts. Thank you for coming in. Okay, we have a budget hearing scheduled for the 15th. Running a little late, but Julie. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to turn this over to GM. There's a couple of things that have come up recently that he brought to my attention. So together we put the budget hearing together for today. So I'll turn it over to Jim.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, first budget hearing that we have is an unanticipated revenue hearing for the sheriff, DUI, OP, occupant protection. I have to remember all the little acronyms for this. So it's an enforcement grant that we get pretty much every year. It works off of the federal fiscal year, so it runs from October 1st through September 30th. So this grant actually started last October. We're getting caught up on getting the grant actually budgeted out and into our system. So there were actually 3 separate grant line items that came in on this as far as funding sources. They total $34,229. What that goes to on the expenditure side of things is essentially salary and benefits minus health insurance, because this is all overtime time that the officers are spending in these enforcement grants. Any questions on that one?
No.
All right, the next one is our Secure Rural Schools reauthorization. So SRS was reauthorized in December of 2025. If you recall, the authorization lapsed for a year. And so last spring, we did not get a large SRS payment. We got, it reverts back to a previous agreement, I think from 1908, which had to do with the Forest Service basically sharing revenue sources with the counties for timber sales and things like that. So we got about $99,000 last year, and then last fiscal year, excuse me. And then, like I say, in December, SRS was reauthorized and it was retroactive back to the prior fiscal year. So we have received the balance of what we would have normally received last spring, and that totaled, I apologize, I had it in my head, about $511,000 that is associated with Title I of SRS. There's another portion of that we're not doing a budget hearing on today because we have to have a 45-day comment period for the public. So we're going to hold off on that in anticipation of getting the fiscal year 25 SRS payment in the coming months. And so what I have here is just the portion of the Title I for both fiscal year 24 and 25. That amount, part of it is shared with the school districts, and then the other portion of it is available to the transportation department for road maintenance, snow removal. I know they've been busy doing that this year. So basically during the school year. So I'm anticipating $1,150,000 coming in this year on Title I.
What line items are you into those in?
So, yeah, so this one, so the money comes into our forest reserve account, which is Fund 208. We recognize both Title I and Title III as separate revenue line items. The Title I portion, after part of it is distributed out to the schools, then is just transferred directly into the general fund for the transportation department. So what we'll see here is a revenue line item for the $1,150,000 under SRS Title I, and then a transfer to the general fund for $1,150,000. That will then show up as a revenue in the transportation department.
Questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so is that a split with the school districts? This $1,150,000, is there a split with that, or is that ours?
There is, this is our portion of it.
This is our portion of the funds.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. When we receive the money, we don't record the full amount as a revenue. We just immediately split it out and put the school's portion into their tax distribution accounts, and then they just go out on a monthly basis when we pay our taxes to them, or pay their taxes to them, I should say.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So, just to kind of put it all in perspective, so during this last budget session that we had, we generally have the $500,000 that goes into into the revenue portion of the transportation's budget. In essence, if we don't use all of that year, if you remember, it goes into what we call the balancing account, and we knew we were probably going to eat that up because we weren't going to get this.
Right.
So what this does for us really is they're going to have that much more money. They've already got their budget set at a lower level. I mean, unless something comes up that you really need them to do, this basically is going to carry over into our fund balance and help us that way into the next fiscal year. That's the way to look at that right now. Not that we're asking them to do $1,150,000 more.
Right.
But that's, I just want to make sure that we're clear that it goes into their budget, that probably is not spent, because they're going to spend the budget they currently had, as how you said it, but it was general fund appropriated, I guess is the way to put that, where normally we get this money and it keeps that county money available for other things. Any questions on what I'm trying to say there?
Right.
Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so then how will that show up during budget?
So during the budget period, as we
For this year, this upcoming fiscal year.
Right.
How will that show up?
Right. So this will actually show up as a revenue in the current year. And what we will do is, if our revenues in the transportation department, as Julie was indicating, exceed our expenditures, that's when we'll transfer the extra out into the budget balancing account. So what we'll see in the upcoming year is the next year's round of authorization for SRS. So we'll be looking at another $550,000 of revenue coming in. And then, you know, as well as their usual fuel taxes that they get that are reserved money. If they have not enough revenue that we anticipate in the upcoming year to match the expenditures that we anticipate, then we have that road bridge balancing account that we can pull back from. So everything in that balancing account is reserved specifically for transportation, road and bridge use. So from that standpoint, we don't have to use unauthorized, not a good word, unobligated or unrestricted general fund money to fund the transportation department, as long as we've got money in that balance.
So at this point, we're just transferring from SRS into road maintenance, into the transportation department.
Into the transportation department.
Okay.
There is a distinct possibility that by the end of the year, we will want to have another budget hearing for the transportation department to show that transfer out and into their balancing account.
Okay. Thanks.
Further questions? Okay.
All right, and then the very last one is a budget transfer. It's on the dispatch fund. I had noticed recently that our the budget that was done for the depreciation, for the dispatch assets this year was, too low, for lack of a better word. So, all this is doing is taking from their fund balance, adding to the depreciation line item to prevent us from going over budget by the end of the year.
Commissioner,
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution 2026-10 for year 2025-26 budget amendment number 4. Whereas Fremont County adopted the fiscal year 2025-26 budget in accordance with the Wyoming Uniform Fiscal Procedures Act, and whereas the Board of Fremont County Commissioners wishes to amend the adopted budget in accordance with the same act, now therefore be it resolved that the following budget amendments are made from YDOT to the Sheriff DUI grant in the amount of $34,229, from Secure Rural Schools Act of reauthorization to the Transportation Department at $1,150,000, and from dispatch fund balance to the dispatch depreciation account in the amount of $105,000. So moved.
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2026-10, the budget amendment number 4, as stated in the motion. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Well,
Amanda,
Real estate, huh?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before she gets started, I need to get her something here. So this was sent out to a Michael Aaron Jones,
mhm.
and it went out and it looked like it came back and somebody said, oh, I know that guy, and they sent it to me. And I'm a Michael Allen Jones, so back to you.
So what happens,
Whoops.
because I spend an absorbent amount of time on this,
Oh.
is that
Sorry, I just got it.
we have to send it out. Then we do another check with like the treasurer's department on addresses that may or may not be there. And so what will happen is there will be the aid, but it won't necessarily get you where it needs to go. We are currently working actually with the Supreme Court because there's also a default with when we have juror questionnaires go out and it's a junior or the third, it does not put the extra person. So then we have to funnel back and see if we're dates for a match and whatnot. And so it's been fun. It's
Anyway,
good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
out of my hands.
Yes, we'll take them. Good morning, Commissioners. How are you today?
good.
I first would like to apologize for last month. Sorry that I had to skip out on the meeting. I was trying to beat the atrocious windstorms that coupled in Cheyenne to make it down to my clerk of district court meetings. So I do appreciate you guys understanding that, and so sorry that I missed it. This is January 20th, I think is the last time that I got to see you. We've been up to a lot of different things. And so I did go down January 23rd to an Access to Justice summit is what it was. And in that summit, basically it took judges, clerks, attorneys, people out into just the public sector of the world of the legal field and said, hey, where are we missing and where are we having gaps in what communication happens with the courts and just the general public. It was a full day summit where we took huge ideas and dwindled it down to 13 things that can be improved to improve the access to justice across the state. And when we speak about these type of summits, we revisit them every 2 years to ensure that we're still meeting what is lacking in our general vicinities. With that, there was tons of great ideas. It's amazing to work with different perspectives. We had, I think, one of the largest showings of clerks show up to this summit, which was very wonderful to hear because we see it from a different view than everyone else. So what was established there is that there does need to be more work on what we would call pro se packets or self-help packets for our litigants. And to try to close that gap, I don't know if you guys have heard, but we're in an attorney's desert. And what that means is that there's not enough attorneys to staff throughout the state accordingly. And while you look at me and say, what does that mean to me? That means that when someone's crying at my window that they need help and they can't find anyone, there's not enough people to staff these positions to even do pro bono work or those type of things. So that is probably one of the biggest highlights that we know that we're coming into is trying to get the field alive again. I remember when I first started in the legal field, there were so many attorneys available and it was robust in the community. I watched those numbers dwindle down. And so one of the things that they are looking at is to make sure that there's communication between court staff and attorneys to try to get the sense of community back into play so that we can have people who want to step into these professions. Other things that we looked at is the gap of how much it would cost to actually go into some of these fields, what that looks like, and how people can actually get help. I am very excited about the outcome. I think that part of the judicial branch's main course right now is for judicial transparency, and people might scoff at that, but I would say that Wyoming's judicial branch is working hard at ensuring that people can access our courts, that people can be present and be involved in what they have to do. And I know that I get the question a lot, Amanda, I come to your window and you tell me I cannot help you, which is true. I can only direct you to resources I have. And if I have no resources, it becomes very hard for me to do. So that was one of the things that we worked on. I did go down to Cheyenne last month for our yearly winter clerks meeting. At that meeting, we discussed some of what we would be seeking to do in the future, making sure that we're on track with the alignments of the goals of both the Supreme Court and what we have as an association see are huge things that people are looking forward to or need within just the generalness of when it comes to the clerk of district court. Of that, there are certain committees set forth that we will be working on, things like access to what the court record would be, what that looks like, and how we make that attainable at a reasonable cost without over dipping our funds. The other things that we are looking at is making sure that we're aligning correctly with statutes and different rules that have been put in place to make sure that what we're able to provide is actually accessible, how that looks on the forefront, and then making sure that we have the policies and procedures put into place appropriately throughout our offices to ensure this. I would say both of those meetings were very successful. There was a lot of ground covered. There's a lot of things to have to think about, but as per usual, I don't think that I'll ever stop being able to do that. I would also like to give a sincere thank you guys. I've been working with Mylan Vintage to get door locks on my doors over on the court side of the building. He is a huge asset, in case any of you guys did not know his professionalism. He is kind and he listens. So that is something that I really feel that you guys should know when we're looking at the staff of Fremont County and people who stand up and do just an above and beyond expected journey. So I thought I would let you guys know that
And there's no fluff.
there's no
He
fluff.
does it quietly and just gets his job done. and-
Yeah, I mean, he has been wonderful to work with. So I do appreciate that, and I did want to let you guys know, when someone stands out to me, they deserve recognition. I do believe that's part of what builds us as a community and builds us as a county as a whole. So I wanted to let you guys know that in the forefront.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, but I.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, when you made the statement about the attorney shortages, that's just not, us, it's nationwide,
Absolutely.
rural attorneys.
Yep.
And we are rural, second worst, so that's why our state is so low.
Well, and we had talked about that, because we do have the fact that some counties don't even have one attorney.
Yeah.
So Fremont County's blessed to have
Yeah.
as many as we do, but we still cannot service
Mm.
the people that we have here or the needs that we have here, which is a problem. But I don't think people realize that.
Nope.
So yes, it's nationwide, but more so we're finding that people will go to law school in Wyoming and then not come back into our communities because it's hard to serve.
So that there's more money out there.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the same lines as the Commissioner Wilson there said, an individual that comes for some help, you will have, if I understand this, right, you have a packet of some sort that they can kind of follow the guidelines of what they need to do next to get their case or whatever issue before a judge. Is that correct?
So there's only certain packets that are out there, so we'll caveat that. My court is a court of complex records. And so this only touches about 4 of the different case types. There are more things that probably do have to happen. And what the pro se packet does is it's a step-by-step guide of you'll bring this paperwork to the clerk of district court. It needs to be filled out appropriately. After this step is done, you'll wait this amount of time. At that amount of time, you'll bring, and then it will separate it out into a flow chart. If this has been accomplished, this documentation. If this has been accomplished, this documentation. That
So are you speaking in terms of one maybe civil, criminal?
So we have divorce pro se packets already. We have divorce with children pro se packets. We have child custody and visitation. We have modifications and we have name changes. We do have some guardianship paperwork. Those ones are still being revamped. So of the case types, that's what I have available for something coming into my office. But that does not touch anything else that someone may want to present to me. And it's hard for me because I cannot direct a person and say, hey, this is what I've seen happen. This is what I think you need to do. I'm not an attorney, but mostly if I misdirect someone, I'm the first person who's being thrown under that bus that clerk told me what to do here. And so there is a gap. Other counties have what we would call court navigators. And they're people set aside to help fill out these packets with people because even though it's wrote out in instructions, it's complexities. You're talking about divorces, you're talking about children, you're talking about those type of guidance. We don't have that available in Fremont County. Our legal aid is slowly getting back up. I've been working with them to make sure that we have what we would have available of an attorney or someone else to help litigants when they come to my counter, because there's nothing more frustrating than that circle of I can't help you, go here. I can't help you, go here. So we know that is a problem.
So it's not something they can do totally by themselves. They're still gonna have to get an attorney, correct?
No, they could totally do it by
They can
themselves.
do all this pretty much by themselves.
I would caveat that.
Take the paperwork, good enough.
Yep, and I would caveat that it's complex issues. So even if you attain and do it by yourself, it may not be to the level that an attorney could do, or the nuances that an attorney may know about that you yourself wouldn't know about. But it fixes things if in a crush and you don't have the availability. There is contextually this idea that I wouldn't go to a doctor and say, I need my leg amputated. Oh, that's too much money. Go home and cut it off myself, right? Doctors are professional and attorneys are professionals. So this is not to cut the attorneys out. It is more saying, hey, we know that there's a need here and we don't have what we need to help fill this gap.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Amanda.
Mr. Chairman, so the navigator, what other counties have a navigator? Where does that come under? Does it come under the county, under the state?
It's an access
Paying
to
the bills.
justice fund. Part of the problem though is the court navigator has to take so many hours to get trained. They themselves are not attorneys and it is volunteer work. And that volunteer work is hard. We used to have the availability for, like legal aid to come in over a noon hour, and the amount of people just needing help was overwhelming. But this is the idea that someone is there to help you kind of walk through these packets and guide you of, oh, you've hit the clerk of district court, but now you need to go over to circuit court for this issue, or maybe down to the county clerk's office after you finish this issue.
Any further questions?
No.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good seeing
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good day.
Yep, thank you. Tim. And Fran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you'll introduce your friend.
Absolutely. So, as I had lightly promised last time, we did hire a new business manager, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to come introduce him. And this is Jesse Grossinger. He's the new business manager for WRTA and FCAG. And he's done tremendous work. As you all are aware, we were encountering some difficulty getting our audit to the finish line in a timely manner. And we did just receive our email while we were sitting in the back that the final report is ready for filing. So Jesse did a tremendous job stepping in and really getting those responses within 24 hours to make sure all of our paperwork was provided. That said, I wanted to provide a WRTA update. It's been a little bit, but we've got some pretty interesting numbers coming in for March, but for the month of March, WRTA continues to see steady community reliance on its services, with particular strength in the Safe Ride and Riverton microtransit systems. Over the first part of March, WRTA has already recorded 2,608 passengers in total in the demand response mode, and 533 within fixed route, demonstrating continued utilization across those systems. Of particular note, the Safe Ride program, which is one of WRTA's most visible and heavily utilized services, after reconciling the month of January, I under marketed, and we did record a total of 1,131 passengers utilizing the Safe Ride program in January. And then there were 695, which was a pretty alarming decrease in February. And so we did some investigation, and although there are fewer weekends in February, we realized that was part of the percentage, but then we also investigated further and it deployed some potential solutions. And then in March to date, that service has already provided 804 passengers transportation, which reflect a continued strong use and reinforcement in the integrated service model. So then WRTA is also continuing to see our very encouraging progress in the Riverton microtransit system. WRTA On Demand is what's been branded. Following the integration of the Riverton Senior Center's public transportation program, ridership grew from 924 trips in, 924 passengers in January to 1,017 passengers in February. And this is just within the Riverton city limit area. Which represents an increase of just over 10% month over month. In March to date, the service has already provided 804 passenger trips, which, when you project that out, reflect continued strong use and growth. So overall, these numbers continue to reflect the importance of public transportation in Fremont County. I think we did a lot of investigation into what mode of public transportation is best utilized or would be best adopted. And I think we've resoundingly found that model to be demand response with some flexibility. Particularly to help residents access established destinations, and in this case, Safe Ride support safer transportation choices within our communities. So in addition to our current ridership trends, WRTA also processed its NTD reporting, or its National Transit Database reporting. Those are done by fiscal year, so the data that was just reported was for FY25 federal fiscal year, so October to September. They sent back some requests, and we were able to finalize that, but it did we were able to provide the documentation required for the demand response vehicle revenue mile decrease that flagged in their system, which from FY24, federal fiscal year 24 to federal fiscal year 25 had decreased from 138,356 miles to 89,931. That represents just over a 35% reduction, while vehicle revenue hours, so that the time spent providing transportation, saw an increase from 4,680 hours to 4,995. And passengers transported also increased from 18,079, this is just demand response, mind you, to 20,879, or approximately 15%. That's a lot of numbers. And if you're not a transit piece, this is where I really enjoy my job, because you get to see some of the initiatives that you've launched start to bear fruit. So in practical terms, what this means for WRTA is we provided more trips with fewer mile travel, right? We initiated tighter trip groupings, more efficient scheduling, shorter average trip patterns, maximizing our opportunity cost, right? By having less of a distance to travel, we're able to travel faster, serve more people in a more refined service area. Okay. I just want a lot of the times I can lose people when I get really excited about these numbers, but it's tremendous when we're starting to see it come to life.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. I just, being a little bit of a math geek, I just want to remind you that the ultimate extrapolation of doing more with less is having everything with nothing.
Yes.
Sorry, a little math humor.
Yes. And so that's an incredibly important marker of system efficiency, right? And when you're dealing with FTA formula funds, I'm sure you'd be as surprised as I was to find out that your ridership only dictates about less than 7% of your allocation in the formula that's provided from the FTA, right? A lot, over 20%, is these numbers there that reflect efficient use of federal dollars, right? We've done that. And so it's incredibly exciting, but I'll move on. So what that does is it indicates a strong alignment between service design and actual rider demand, right? Rather than simply putting more vehicles on the road to generate more activity, what we've done is put a system in that is operating in a more concentrated, strategic, and cost-conscious manner. WRTA's reporting also reflects improved efficiency with our fixed route system, though its ridership is significantly less. When we dive into all those numbers, what it is reflecting is that we are setting precedent at WRTA for a cost-efficient rural public transportation model with demand response. Our fixed route is lagging significantly. So our demand response not only is outperforming our fixed route multiple times over, but it is costing us less to do so. So with that, we're preparing also to send our transit operator, who was the first place winner of our state bus rodeo, to the national competition being held in Omaha, Nebraska next month, or 2 months in May, at the CTAA annual conference. Our goal is to send a number of our staff as well to that national conference this year to represent WRTA, as the joint USDA grant application that we were awarded in partnership with CTA has given life to a new technical assistance program at CTA that will be featured at the conference. We are planning to work with our state association, YTrans, to secure scholarship opportunities to offset any cost incurred by that, or to the best degree we can. But also what that leads into, I guess, is WRTA does and is remaining actively engaged with CTAA in the ongoing sustainability study that was initiated as part of our commitment to identify a realistic and durable pathway forward for rural public transportation in Fremont County. The work is not just a symbolic exercise. It is a very serious evaluation of how systems can be strengthened over time through service design, operational alignment, funding strategy, regional coordination, and long-term planning. The purpose of the study, again, is to ensure that WRTA is not simply reacting in short-term challenges, but is instead building towards a future model that is stable, thoughtful, and sustainable, and can be replicated across Wyoming and other rural areas. So that's it.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
about that? So, what's the expected date of the study completion, and is it just locals and the state, or is it federal as well for part of the study?
So the way it worked is WRTA is the subject of this study,
Okay,
and its application can be broad in a rural, near frontier environment of how sustainable public transportation can operate effectively. So there's a federal element to it. It is federally funded. WRTA is the subject of the study, but its findings, which we're hoping we'll have before June, will be applicable to everybody who operates public transportation in rural settings.
good, thank you.
Jim, thank you, Mr. Trump. So rural settings, does that mean everybody in Riverton Lander be part of that? Rural settings, is that part of it? Or are you talking outside the city limits?
All of Fremont County. And I think what really makes us unique and what really coined WRTA as the potential subject for this study was our environment is unique. We have 6 municipalities, 1 county government, and a sovereign entity within 9,000 square miles. And so we're really representing a unique environment of rural transportation. And how do we coordinate all of these elements, and how do we make it so that this system is sustainable in the future?
And have you seen any kind of increase with our senior citizens, picking them up or taking them to the doctor, grocery store, usage? Has that come up at all?
Absolutely, Commissioner. That's what we're seeing is when we initially integrated the Riverton Public Transit System into the WRTA demand response network. Its average ridership was anywhere between about 600 and 700 passengers. It took a little bit. We saw some what I would call service adoption dips where they were trying to figure out how the system works. We were also onboarding a new software at the time. And then what we saw was incredible. After that, we started seeing increases 10, 18, 16%. month over month. And so it really is, we're averaging about between just under 1,000 to about 1,200 passengers per month, just that program alone.
Your Safe Ride program, explain that a little bit. Is that just for the weekends? Is that,
So it's recurring operating schedules every Friday and Saturday evening from 6 p.m. to midnight. It can be expanded as with any program. If there's an event, we can take that program and apply it during those service hours. It has to operate in the same format. It can't have, it's a fare-free program, so we can't coin a fare to it. We can't there are certain requirements federally we have to abide by. But yeah, it could be tailored to certain events in the area or whatever the needs might be. There has been some interest specifically in the Riverton area for expanded service hours into the 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. hour. And we are investigating that. I would say Riverton has adopted the program widely. And nothing against Lander's program, but we're talking in the last weekend, Lander transported under 20, when the remaining of the 180 passengers that were transported came from the Riverton city area. So we need to focus in some effort there, right? That's what we take away. Is we need to focus in some marketing effort and some outreach in the Lander area to figure out how we can apply the program so that it really does serve the community here.
Commissioner Lewis.
like Safe Ride, safe highways?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair. So the most feedback I get from constituents is subsidize so much money to WRTA. At what point or where do you see your self-sufficiency coming into play here, more so than the taxpayers' dollars? That's what their concern is, and have one person on the bus drive, that kind of thing. It's kind of late to see that, and it's kind of well, that's pretty much a waste of money,
Mhm.
And it is. So I would like to have more conversations, or where's your goal? What's your priorities? How are you gonna fix that? How are you gonna get to self-sustaining and not, you
Yep.
understand what I'm saying? Because it is a big subsidy.
Yeah.
We've got a few things around this county. People are just little, they just look at tax dollars like, I'm not using that, and some of them do, some of them don't, but I think that's what you need to really put across to people, where are you going?
Absolutely.
We want to help everybody so people have that ability, but is it our job, is what they'll say,
Right.
to do that? And why? And where's our money in the Indian?
So Commissioner.
Just to be.
No, absolutely. Well, and I think from the moment I started, right, self-sufficiency is where we want to be, right? There are very strict regulations. I think I've educated this board specifically on some of those, and some of them make sense, some of them don't. That's kind of the dance we do with our federal requirements, but some of our revenue generation is very limited in what we can and cannot contract. So therein lies a lot of what we can generate ourselves. That being said, WRTA has successfully in the past and to date operated with between about 160 to about 190,000 in self-generated revenue to offset those subsidy requirements. Now, I can't speak to if future regulations might limit that further. There was a time in WRTA's future where it was allowed to contract with school districts to augment their school district system. That generated an additional 140,000. 49 CFR Part 605, that limited school bus contracting completely, even more so than 604, which is the charter bus requirement. And so then you get into a lot of the really finesse. But to answer your question directly, and I think what we're doing right now with CTAA is investigating all of those potential revenue sources that we can do to kind of build out a very diversified revenue portfolio that isn't solely dependent on taxpayer funds, right? And I think that's our responsibility to do so. And that takes time to do, but it is our dedication to get there. That, and I'll always plug when I can the opportunity. This might be coming from my experience in higher education, but if we could over time establish a $20 million endowment, which would essentially be a trust fund somewhere, it not only permanently secures local match for WRTA, but that would permanently secure the local match requirement for all public transportation providers in Fremont County. So whether that's a conversation at the state level or higher, or maybe I'm going to be writing a letter to Bill Gates, I don't know. But if that is somehow secure, that is what true self-sufficiency looks like, is by either a generous benefactor or strategic investment, you're able to accumulate enough funds to establish about $20 million dollar endowment or trust. The interest alone, considering compounding an initial pull, will permanently, forever, fund public transportation in Fremont County. That would be, if properly managed, mind you. You can't pull on principle, but if properly managed, we're talking, that is what true permanent looks like.
So if you're, you talk about these, rates that are, they get stagnated because of rules and regulations.
Yeah.
So who's making the rules and regulations?
That would be Washington, DC.
Well, but not for everything, yes.
For everything that comes through the FTA, which is our
Big funder.
all of our dollars. So the way it's been explained to me too is whenever you're dealing with especially the FTA drug and alcohol requirements, those you can accept $1 of FTA, and the same requirements would follow you than if you get over $1 million, right? We have 974,360 in our FTA 5311 operating grant. And that's subject to grow this next year with the integration of the Riverton Senior Center to sustain that service. So it'll grow to just over $1 million. But whether that's $1 million or whether that's $1, those same FTA regulations apply, and they are vast. I usually use it as a visual aid, but the book that sits in our office is about yay big, and that's all of the regulations that apply to public transportation. And they're thorough, to say the least.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta ask this question. Okay. What percentage, Tim, comes from federal government, state government, and county government?
That's an excellent question.
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, you're looking at well over 80% of our operating. So it's broken into sections. If you look at it in total, about 65% is federally funded. So we receive a 5311 FTA grant, right? That's our formula funding. In that grant, there are 3 subsections, and I have a 45-minute transit TED talk to go over public transit finances if you'd ever want to subscribe, but that's just a joke. I actually don't, I'm not on YouTube, but they're broken into 3 sections. They're maintenance, they're operating, and they're administrative. Okay, maintenance and administrative are matched at an 80-20 split. So 80% is FTA funded, 20% is our local match requirement. And then you have your operating. That is 56.56 and 43.44, right? So we're on the hook for 43%. Rounded up, rounded if you, I don't know why they found the decimals beneficial, but that's our local match for operating. Okay, so when you're dealing with larger operations, it takes that dollar, right? Because if you round it all the way down, let's say it's 50-50, right? It's a little bit less than that, 50-50. We have to come up with 50%. Well, when your operating budget is over 650,000, right? That means you have to come up with 325,000, roughly. These are napkin sketch math. Now, the caveat and kind of what takes people by surprise is the fare revenue, right? Which I meant to give you an update, but when we were pulling our numbers, WRTA has generated more in fare box revenue this fiscal year than it has in over a decade. So we're doing very well on fare box revenue, but what does that mean? What it does mean is that our fare evasion rate is being regulated appropriately, which means we're not yet. Anyway, that's a whole different subsection, but fare revenue cannot and is regulated not to be used as local match. So I can't use those dollars, right? I can't tangibly touch them to the grant. But what it does do is it extends that operating grant out further, right? So any fare box revenue we report, reduce our reimbursable amount through that operating FTA grant section. And then you have our capital investments, which is a different subsection in 5339. Those almost with ADA accessible vehicles are matched 8515. So we have an internal policy that all vehicles, revenue vehicles procured must be ADA accessible. One, because that's equivalency of service and that's our mandate, but also to make sure that, we don't buy a Suburban to try and conduct public transportation. It just doesn't make any sense. Then if it is a non-revenue vehicle, our service truck, things like that, those are matched at 50/50. Things like that. And then any capital improvement, right? I don't know, for those of you that have been up to the WRTA facility lately, but like asphalt, if there is in fact asphalt there, it's incredibly broken down, wore down. We have a $200,000 phase one asphalt project funded by 5339 funds. That's matched at 80/20, not 85/15. So we're still on the hook for that 20%. Now, I did get a question this week, and I thought it was a really good question, and I absolutely love it when individuals in the public are curious about how we're funded, because then again, like I said, 45-minute transit TED talk. His question was, how does the TEA or the SLIB's Transportation Enterprise Account play into this? Transportation Enterprise Account is capital only, pretty restrictive to, and historically has just been for vehicle procurements, right? Well, if you leverage that appropriately, you can get an 85% funded vehicle through FTA funds, and then 15% local match, and then you approach the SLIB Transportation Enterprise Account to help offset some of that 15% local match burden to the agency. That's what we just did this year, reducing a $72,000 local match requirement for a procurement of 3 new 14-passenger vans down to $24,000. So that is being good stewards of federal dollars and taxpayer dollars. And so that's kind of how that Transportation Enterprise Account plays in, is it doesn't necessarily, it won't go towards operating funds, but it will absolutely offset the local match for capital projects and procurement
One
projects.
last quick question, how many employees you have?
Currently WRTA, so I should preface this slightly, and I promise I'll get off the soapbox. So our employee number has increased to 27. This is mainly because we've had to attrition full-time positions based on fringe and again being good stewards, and then replace those positions with part-time. That's kind of the financial situation we're in right now. But yeah, 27 current employees.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
Tim,
Chairman.
thank you. Thank you for coming in. Julie. Good morning. You're the sole survivor.
I'm the last woman standing. Yes, I'm here to discuss the demise of the Historic Preservation Commission. Talk about how maybe there might be a path forward, and see how to go along.
Commissioner Jones has been working on it. He's got a couple people that are still interested in, and new ones maybe, and I'll let him explain.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm working on it. I've made calls to a number of people. I have some names. I haven't gotten very far on it yet, but I didn't want to see us dissolve until we put some effort into it. And I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to talk with you yet, but I would like to get with you, compare notes. Thank you for sending the information that we had in our packets from the historic preservation and that sort of thing. So I would like to get to, because I don't like the idea of dissolving that without a fight. So, and I realize that's been a struggle for some folks in the past. I heard some complaints from past board members that these training that they were being asked to do was kind of taken away from their mission, and I don't know what they put on all that. I don't know what the training they were talking about, but that's all I'm hearing. So, and that, and just take that in stride. But I would like to see if we can regroup a little bit and put some advertisements out for people that might be interested in it.
That was great.
Yeah, I have two prospective names at this point.
I don't think we're prepared to dissolve
Yeah.
the Historic Preservation Committee, Commission. I think we're gonna, like Commissioner Jones says, pursue it and promote it and see if we can get more interest in it.
Generate. That would be wonderful. You know, there is someone, and you've probably run across this name, someone is moving to Lander from, Laramie County somewhere, and she has lots of experience and, is generating some excitement. And, SHPO, it was Katie, I think that, Katie Leeper had talked about her. Her first name is Cassie, so I'm sure. you'll
It might be the same person that I'm tracking down. I got the name from Julia Stubel.
Oh,
And she mentioned moving in from a different place. I thought that's what she said, but,
Yeah,
but it might be the same person, might not be, but I'd like to compare notes. Another, younger gentleman that, I haven't talked with yet, but, he's got a historical background. He's got a historical degree. He's worked for our museums so, don't shake your head.
I'm nodding. This is not, oh.
So anyway, I want to put some effort into it and I'll work with you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
also, I think that with my involvement with this over the years, I think it was always been really a struggle to have such a big board. Maybe we could just narrow it down a little bit, not so many, down to 5, 7 to 5. That would be helpful for you guys. You can change that within your.
In the bylaws,
Yeah.
that was that's a good
I
observation.
kind of brought that up years ago, you know, I think it would be, yeah.
Well, and what's in there now, in the revised bylaws, when you have a chance to look at that, Barb Townsend did a wonderful job. It hadn't been updated in a long
Years.
time, many
Yeah.
years. And we agree with you, you know, and put in there 4 to 9, you know, so that we can have, if there's ever that many people, it could be astounding and wonderful for our county.
Yeah.
But it's too good to just let it go by the wayside.
Right.
They've done a lot of good over the years.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
do we still have some funds in there, Mike?
there's minimal. There's.
I don't know.
Very much.
Not very much.
$1,000.
Yeah.
A little over 3,000,
Okay.
yeah.
I have that information.
Good.
If you want.
Sure, come on up, Jim.
Besides, I'll do
You want some fun?
Yeah, sure, I'll sit down. Morning again, commissioners.
Good morning.
So not to horn in on the discussion that was going on, but it was asked to me to kind of give a summary of the money that is associated with the Historic Preservation Commission. So there's money kind of in 2 different areas. The first one is in our agency fund. What our agency fund is it's money that we hold in our treasury, but it belongs to other people. So we sort of act like a bank. And we do that for the Historic Preservation Commission. And so the front page of this that has all the scribbles on it shows the amount of money that is in their basically their bank account, for lack of a better word. I believe that the origin of this goes back many years and had something to do with some book royalties.
Yep.
And so it's been sort of lingering there. There's not a lot of activity that goes on. We allocate interest to it on a monthly basis. What you see here is basically the last year and a half's worth of transactions that went on. We paid one bill, we reimbursed Holly Hines back in 2024 because she paid a bill for the Historic Preservation Commission out of her personal account. And then you see a couple, well, three, I guess, cash receipts in the current fiscal year that had to do with receipts coming in from t-shirts and hat sales. So that was just basically fundraiser income.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so Jim, this is self-generated.
This is
and
self-generated.
donations.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's one amount. So we have just shy of $4,300 that's in there, kind of unrestricted funds for whatever the Historic Preservation Commission might need. And then on the second page, we have also had a fund that where we manage various Historic Preservation Commission projects. And there currently is just shy of $4,800 left in that fund. What that money is leftover donations from the Simpson Lake Lodge
Okay.
project that happened up in Du Bois several years ago. So
Mhm.
it got to a point where we ran out of grant funding to do more of the preservation and the big projects with Historic Corps. This was money that Historic Corps had in their accounts from donations that they had received for managing the project. They said, you know, until we could do more, they just sent us the money and said, hang on to this. So I feel like that's kind of earmarked kind of specifically for that project, but that is also if Historic Preservation Commission 2.0
Yeah,
Right.
comes back and wants to do something with the Simpson Lake Lodge, there is a little bit of seed money available to start the project.
We won't be driving up there with 5 horse or anything.
Right.
further questions? Julie, do you have anything more to add?
Just, Chairman Jones, would it be all right if I email you with some ideas and thoughts?
Absolutely, and when you email me, send me your contact information so we can get there and chat about it. Yeah, I'd love to. I actually didn't know you were still there. I thought,
Nobody did.
I talked to Polly and it sounded like everybody left, and so when you said you're the last standing member, I go, well, that's good to know. So
Yeah.
good to have you still engaged, and hopefully we can breathe a little life, find some folks.
Mr. Chair, one other comment.
Yeah.
Mike, I know that the Wyoming, DOT has some grants available for, historical stuff along the highways. It might be something we're looking into.
For historical
Thanks.
preservation.
Yeah. And I think, and the one that comes to mind right away for me is, up on Beaver Rim. You know, you can get up on Beaver Rim, you drive out to that, viewpoint, and you can see all the Wind Rivers practically to Jackson Hole. Talks about the geographical, area and the Native Americans where they lived in there. It was really good, but the problem is that it's been, beat up and destroyed and it needs to be replaced. Because a lot of visitors go there and here like to see that historical area there.
Do you have, Mr. Commissioner, do you have some specific information on that you've looked at that you could send me?
Pete has it,
Pete.
from based on the director.
You don't say.
He has some of that information.
Okay. I'll give him a call.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Julie.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
as I recall, was there 7 on the board and you maybe asked to reduce that? Getting that right? Is it 7 currently and you thought 5 with my people manageable? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was, something like that. When I first came on, it was supposed to be 7. And we were almost to, capacity when I first came on, and then like dominoes.
So I thought, Mr. Chairman, I just thought maybe we look at it and see what we currently have.
Yes.
You want to reduce that to 5 to help them at least get 5.
Mr. Chairman, so the bylaws that you sent us, have those, do those need to go through approval through us? They would think they would. They don't?
They don't.
So you've got it 4-9 and you're
We've got
finalists?
49, but we didn't sign it because, you know, we didn't feel it was appropriate that it should be the next board and then they want to, but this is
Okay.
completely, current. This
Yeah,
is-
I've got it.
We-
I've got it.
Guys on
So we had them in our packet.
So I
So
didn't know if we had something by
we
staff,
should just go compare notes with Emma and see what we have stated and,
and I would just suggest it's an odd number normally, so you don't have a
Right.
tie.
Yeah,
Before,
you need an
but
odd number.
I was trying to find your email. I thought maybe you guys wanted to be more at 5,
Pretty
but
high.
it might be doable.
It has to break a
So
time.
we will, I think right now, we advertise, see what we, see how many people show interest. We go from there, maybe advertise again, and then we can adjust the board. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if we could get a couple weeks, I'm gonna put feelers out and see if we can get people so they see it when we do advertise. So see if we could, find some people that show interest and then kind of
Mhm.
not, not trying to convert the process here or subvert it. Just trying to see if we can reach out to some of those folks, say, hey, you got interest in this coming up, so that they can come in and apply. If you give us a couple weeks, I think that we can recruit for interest.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Good seeing you.
Thank you, Jim.
Scott?
What's the handout?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want to start.
Thanks, Phil.
Just an update on, one of your heritage questions.
Speaking of the mic.
Just an update on the Wind River Heritage Quest project that's associated with the America 250 grant that we worked on. Ultimately, it's like a walking through and driving tour, kind of a combination of important, historic places in Fremont County. I passed out a list of the locations that are associated with each of those 3 areas. It's the museums came up with the locations and the committee approved those. And then the museums provided content and photographs that you can find. So when you use the app through Wyoming Travel Stories, you can find information and content on all those places. As people go around, if they hit certain numbers of visits to those locations, then they can redeem a prize at one of our local museums, which is what Helen has handed out, or some of the prizes.
Oh, did you say yours?
Program is up and running. As far as promotion goes, from the Visitor Council website, the museum's website, we promoted in social media at all 3 museums plus my office. And then there's logos and links in the newsletters that are associated with the museum and the foundation. I believe I emailed the link to Emma for the county newsletter website. So I'll turn it over to Helen to discuss some of our other stuff.
Hello, Helen Wilson, Wind River Visitors Council. Thank you for having us here. We're really excited about this program. As Scott mentioned, it launched on January 1st. We have the rack cards distributed throughout the county. We've also handed out some stats, and 422 people have already engaged with the tour. That means that they've either listened to stories on the website or they've visited the sites themselves, but you get a breakdown of usage by geography, platform, things like that. With the sticker that you have there, what we did was we changed the Wind River Country logo to reflect the 250 and had a lot of these printed. These are available at the museums. If people go to 5 of the locations, then they get one of those. We also have the magnifying glasses for kids with the logo on them. The big prize is the water bottle that you have in front of you. And we used a company called Fill It Forward. So this is a very popular company lately. And the purpose behind it is if people refill their water bottles, then they can scan the QR code on the back and the company will make a donation to sustainable water around the world. And whether that's a well or a project that they're working on, but it's a company with a mission, instead of just another piece of plastic that people have. So it's showing sustainability for the county as well as the logo on the front there. We've been promoting this a lot of different places. I can talk loudly.
That's great.
I'm good at that. and we've been seeing people engage with it. We've also got staff who's really excited about it and promoting it to people who are coming into the visitor centers and calling the Wind River Visitors Council. And we'll be promoting it a lot this summer, trying to get people to visit the locations. This was part of a grant that was the Wyoming 250 grant. We also got some funding from the Lore Foundation, and then the Wind River Visitors Council put in some funding. Completely done at this point. We've finished all the testing, and we want to get one more photo of Continental Peak, but other than that, all the photos are on the website, and we're happy to answer any questions.
This one is just gonna answer you how are you getting this into people's hands and getting that out? But that was my big question. You can make all this stuff in the world, but promoting yourself and.
Yeah, and that's a great question. The Wind River Visitors Council has brochures that we distribute throughout the county, and these are now part of those brochures. So people can pick them up. We've got them at all of the museums, which is where they get the prizes. And, sorry? Chambers, yep, those are the visitor centers, the chambers, the museums, all of that. But we're really encouraging people to go to the museums, so that's where they go to get the water bottles and the stickers and all of that. And we'll see how, we did print a lot of the stickers. We'll see how it goes. I think in July-ish, around July 4th, we'll start distributing the stickers a little bit more widely.
That would be a really good, maybe 4th of July.
Yep. And we wanted to start it specifically with the tour.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. But we did print a lot of them, and we're using them, that logo, for a lot of different things to celebrate the semi-quincentennial.
So you just scan the QR code and it'll take you to the tour engagement and the geotag.
No, it'll take you to the tour
The
so that you
tour.
can go on the tour. The stats is just, that's what we can see on the back end when we log in. We can see who's visiting the tour. And that was what I printed up yesterday. The tour just launched in January, and a lot of the locations are up on South Pass, and it's been a bit windy. We're expecting. We're hoping for
26 miles an hour. That's all.
And well, this project will continue past the semi-quincentennial, but we're hoping to really promote it very heavily from, Memorial Day to Labor Day, which is when we get most of our visitors and when the pass is really clear.
Very nice.
Yeah, very good. You guys did a great job.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to work on this for the county.
Yeah, it's I look forward to doing some of this. Taking the grandkids. Commissioner.
Yeah, you either want to get on to the historic preservation Would you like to?
That away, Commissioner.
So I can say that the Wind River Visitors Council is always happy to work with that group, and I hadn't realized that it was a small group right now, but we're happy to help out where we can.
Okay, appreciate it.
If you hear someone that has an interest, you know. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Motivated.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the goodies.
Okay.
Okay. Brett. You have to, after Brett, we may take a 5 minute between Jim and,
Yeah.
Five
No, no, no.
before or after?
no, after.
After you.
I said after Brett, we will have a 5 minute break.
Information. I'm here, Brett Berg, here speaking on behalf of the. Thank you. 3/4% sales tax that's been proposed,
If you'll give me an extra, I'll put it on.
paid for, ambulance services, ground transportation, and commercial air service. And, I might have to have some, oh, there it is. Come up with a, ballot initiative that would take care of the ambulance service, emergency medical services. In the case that not all three emergency medical services, ground transportation, and commercial air service can't be funded, our priority as a group is emergency medical services. So that's where this came from, is prioritizing emergency medical services over the other two, essentially. And we have a kind of a proposed ballot initiative open to suggestion. This is just something we came up with as a group, and we're not professionals in drafting ballot language. But if we could, if it was possible to have both initiatives on a ballot, then we would get exactly what the people, the voters, Fremont County feel is important. We have some concern about having this on the ballot in the primary versus the general. The general always sees more voters than the primary. We feel like polling, essentially, the most people is gonna be more effective than polling a few. By polling, I mean, they're voting on these.
Right.
But have some confusion as a group as to why it would be on the primary instead of the general, as the general sees more voters
Right.
than the primary. But so that's what we've done. We were asked to come up with something different. And we feel like we've done that. And if we can salvage one of the three entities, we feel emergency medical services is the most important.
And so your proposal would be put this on the general election.
Along with the 3/4% proposal. That funds, believe that proposal funds emergency medical services, ground transportation and commercial air service.
Julie?
Sure, yeah.
Julie?
Mr. Chairman, I did see the draft last week, but, since that time, Jim and I have met and we've also discussed, some of your questions from 2 weeks ago. And, Jim also sent a, request to the Department of Revenue, and Mike Jones was on that, sorry. Mike Jones was on that email as well, and it, did come up with some very interesting information about having it as a sales tax or having it as economic development tax with different questions. So, and one thing I want to correct for the record, I've let all of you know, but I said last time that people would not be able to vote in the primary. I don't know where I got that from. I had a moment, I guess, but of course it'd be more cost to the ballot because I have to have a separate ballot for the rural people. But anyway, I wanted to correct that for the record. But anyway, and I don't know if Jim's the one who asked the questions and is in charge of sales tax and whatnot, but I kept hearing you say sales tax. I gave you the amount in a presidential election of people who voted, and that truly is true. The general election in 2024, 17,396 voters, and in the primary, 9,283, almost half difference there. That gives you some time to get that on the ballot, where this one for the primary, they were looking at the end of April here to make sure that all your resolutions were ready to go. You want to set up a table and, because you have a.
I can, we want to talk about it now or into it?
Later.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Julie. So we voted on that resolution. So has Riverton, so has Lander, so has Hudson. So I believe the statute says, it's the county and 50% of the municipalities.
If you're doing an economic development question.
Which is what it was posed as.
1% sales tax, I believe, is 2/3. So you get 2/3. It's always been 2/3, and then economic development became the 50%.
Yeah, I had like 2 minutes to try to read that long-winded question from Jim and long-winded answer from Department of Revenue.
We could sum it up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little concerned. We keep pushing our timeline out. This is a fairly lengthy conversation, I think, and I guess we can have it, but we'll be at it a while as far as I can tell, if you're gonna present that information from Brett.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's up to you when you get that information. Like I said, we talked about it a lot after your meeting and then try to decide how to help with that. And so we decided to get a hold of the Department of Revenue would be the best.
So I guess my question to you is, in thinking we were voting on an economic development penny, that fifth or sixth, whatever it is, it's passed. You know, yeah, if under that condition, so are you saying that wasn't valid?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think that was valid,
Okay,
that's.
then it's gonna be on the ballot in the primary.
Unless, and I'm gonna look at the attorney here, unless you want to rescind your resolution and talk to your cities and towns about another method. That's,
So how would we do that? We'd have to go back all the way through the municipalities on a different question.
and that's why I said, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jones, is that you do have time to put it on the general. That would be pretty hard to do that for the primary now, but it would be, you have more time to do that for the general. And maybe that's a conversation we should have at some meeting here and ask your cities and towns to just come here and listen to all the options on that. I mean, it kind of, I'm sorry, it really did. I knew it was coming up, but it hit a day and it went right through before I got to ask any questions either. So I think maybe if we put everybody together in the same room and discuss these options, anybody who's interested in that, maybe you can come up with a different plan and maybe the cities and towns are fine with some of these options on here. I wouldn't know.
The problem, the only challenge I see with having that problem is their councils have to vote on it. So we can get with the mayors, but unless all their councils are in the room, I mean, we can't come to some sort of consensus or not. I'm not sure how to have that conversation when you know, by statute, if you're defining it one way and you're going down a path, we've already done that, thinking we were in line with the statutes. And now
Mr. Chairman.
to me, I'd have to wrestle with this a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, you are in line with the statutes.
Okay,
But there was a lot of questions coming up to that. You had a group that was studying this, came up with an answer, came to you a couple times, thought that was just another discussion, boom, you have a resolution. Nobody really got to discuss that. It just went through. And as far as I'm understanding from reading the paper is that not all the cities and towns have been a 100% on board thing. So
no, that's fine, but the statute says 50% of the municipalities in the county.
and again, I'm looking to our attorney for help there because that would be, I mean, I'm sure you can rescind a resolution and you can start over. I don't think you have to be stuck in that,
Right.
but I am not an attorney, so.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to that. Generally, I think you can rescind resolutions, but I'd have to look at the statute to give you a firm answer.
Again, I don't know how to have that conversation if you know,
So, Mr.
I
Chairman,
think we've gone through a process.
we don't have a meeting next week. We could have another meeting, advertise it and invite your cities and towns. They can bring all their council people if they want to. We can have this ready to send out to everybody prior to that meeting. And you guys have that conversation at the table. That's the way I think, but that's an idea. But, I mean, next week you don't have a meeting, but you could set it up if you want. It's just a matter of you saying you guys want a meeting and we advertise it and it is so, and that may be the only thing on the agenda.
Well, I guess we could have a special meeting. But first, I think maybe we could call the municipalities and see if they're showing interest in having rescind the vote and hold it in the general election along with this proposal. And
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think you have that proposal and then there were options that you asked last time that we have gotten answers to. And we may need a little bit of assistance. I know the treasurer has sent an email to the attorney, making sure that what the statute says. I felt comfortable when I read the statute with his answers, but we certainly would want our attorney to look at it and make sure that we're all on the same page for that. But it talks about how you can have another 1%, or if you do economic development, you can have 3 questions. It did say that. So those are 2 things I know we talked about last meeting, so. That's up to you of how you want to proceed with this.
so with Rick's proposal, this is not an economic development tax, so it would automatically go to the general election, correct?
Yeah, I think it always can be either, but
Yeah, I
you
think
can
it can
select.
go either way.
Yeah.
Our concern is exactly what Julie outlined there earlier, is general election, you're asking 17,000 people how they feel about the question. Primary election, you're asking 9,000. Right. To me, our group, gas, it only makes sense to poll as many people as you can. You just have a more accurate representation. We'd be happy to meet anytime. There are people on our group that are far better versed in a lot of this than I am. I just happen to be the one that gets invited to come visit with you folks, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but, yeah, whatever, and our thoughts are if we can salvage emergency medical services, that's our concern. As a group. Where if all we do is run the question with the three emergency medical services, ground transportation and commercial air service, and that fails, EMS is done as well for now. Anyway, where if we can do something that will salvage our ambulance service, that's our concern as a group.
Mr. Chair, if I understand this right, they don't have to be on the primary.
Right.
To do this one.
No. Sit,
It's not economic development either.
right,
They're gonna flop right into the general.
right.
And then you would have
So if we,
both on the general. or one.
so the one question I have is when do we have to approve this proposition
With the general,
to go on the general?
100 days before.
I think it's about end of August, because that's when the filing for school boards and all of that happens, is it starts like when we're having the election, so somewhere in the end of August.
So Mike says, Commissioner Jones says 100 days before the election. That'd be
110,
That's
110.
So we could still have time to discuss this.
Right.
And determine whether it should go on the primary general
Right.
ballot.
Correct.
Right. Well, I think we ought to have a discussion with municipalities and see. I think it would be more fair, be more representative if we could hold the 3/4% economic tax in the general as well,
Mhm.
and the voters could have a choice.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a question for your attorney then, is if you just wanted to change the date, maybe every group could change it from the primary to general, amend their resolutions. And then this one could be added. And what happens if they both pass?
Having fun now.
Or both fail? Because there's, I mean, those are just things you guys have to discuss.
And Mr. Chairman, the majority of the money is gonna go to the ambulance anyway, in this resolution that we've already passed, right?
No, that's not what it says on the ballot.
Didn't say that on the ballot. Cause I thought we were going 50-some% for the ambulance.
It
No,
doesn't-
it does not
It
state
doesn't
that.
state the percentage.
It doesn't state, yeah.
That's what I'm against.
Well, it seemed like there was something on the tail end of that ballot language that allowed for spending as see fit type of a situation.
Correct.
Which to me runs back into the problem we had with previous half-cent economic development money was as we see fit. And people having a problem with that, if it was spelled out specifically, X amount goes to ambulance and vice versa, then that's that. It's cut and dry.
Mr. Chairman, the only other side of that, Brett, and I was thinking about that, I had a conversation with Mike Strasser. Because the fluctuations, so we've had over the course of our ambulance contract, they unionized and we had to change some things. Fuel prices have changed, those things will change. There are variables in the ambulance. There's definitely variables in the air service. And so what if we locked in a specific percentage and, then we could be in a pinch where they'd have to come back to our general funds, which we don't want it on our general funds, right? Now, I understand the transparency thing. I think things could be done to make that transparent to the public. That as these things change, then this money will shift. That's the transparency piece. And this doesn't say you're not supposed to be transparent, because I think we are. But that is the flip side of that it locks you into a rigid formula. And I get it. I get why you'd want that. I also see the downside of that. As we've seen, our gas prices are so stable right now. So anyway, that's the flip side.
Well, Commissioner Jones, I appreciate that, and that's something I hadn't taken into consideration. Are those variables that are gonna require, an extra 15% for fuel over a 4-month, time period or a quarter?
Yeah.
I guess, does it spell out in that ballot language who would be making that decision? Is it this body here that would decide what?
I don't believe it does. I think that's a good point.
That's what I think.
Pardon me?
This was the body that make that decision, that final
But,
decision.
but does it say that?
I don't
Does
think
it
it
say it?
I don't think anybody'd sue us if we did make the decision.
Well, I don't either, but it's just one more thing that, people would know, going forward is we're not gonna appoint, cause we still got a, board in place for making those decisions. Is it gonna be that board? Is it gonna be this board?
This,
I don't remember having seen that
Yeah.
as part of that, ballot language.
Mr.
Or
Chairman,
MOU, whatever it is.
so Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Jim and I were just discussing that each one of the cities and towns get their own sales tax or that economic development tax, and they would have to, if it's gonna be done here for whatever reason, then they would have to pay in whatever entity is going to run whatever. That's the other piece that you don't know for the public,
Right.
right?
So that was one of my concerns is is there gonna be like 2 or 3 people, maybe a representative from the commissioners, one from Lander, one from Riverton, whatever, and they get the information and they make a recommendation to say this board to pay the ambulance bills, or if there's a problem, do they come to us and have a resolution how to fix the problem? I don't think there's so much that I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
the way I looked at it when I brought this forward is that we would have one from the airport representative, one from the buses, and one from the ambulance. We would sit down and we will divide the money as they need it. And we would not do any more offline boards, that the buck stops here with us, that we make the decisions, how much they finally get to work with. So that we don't have a board that has an offline board, that has another advisory board, that has another advisory board telling elected officials how to stay in their budget. We have to make the decision because we have to run the budget. And we need to be the fiscal agents on that.
Mr. Chairman.
It's real simple. Because as those three say, okay, my fuel costs went up. Okay, we can adjust that a little bit. The airplane shortage or pilot shortage, okay, we need to adjust that a little bit. We don't have to go a month to get an answer. We can make that answer right here in an hour.
Well, I hope that I've made everything clear tonight. And feel confident that I have. But yeah, I guess going forward, if we can have a seat at the table, try and find some resolution to this. Again, our main concern is EMS. That's the angle that we're, and I say angle, it's not so much an angle as it is our position.
Right.
Is trying to fund the EMS with the commercial air service and ground transportation being secondary to that.
Well, I thank you for working this, and I think, yeah, we need to pursue this and we can have a chance to review it and have questions. And like you said, have another seat at the table and we can have this discussion. But, I think next week we ought to, in the meeting, the rest of this week, talk to municipalities, see if they show an interest in having a special meeting next week. Kyle, what do you think?
Not happy.
Mr. Chairman, what's the specific question you want me to weigh in on?
The question would be to get, would Riverton be interested in having a meeting next week to discuss the resolution of the 3/4 cent tax and possibly rescind the vote and make it for the general election?
Mr. Chairman, I have to speak with the mayor and see what his thoughts were.
Right.
I'd be happy to communicate anything from this meeting to him.
Okay. Commissioner.
To be fair, I think if we were going to rescind our last decision, it has to come from you, me, or Ron,
Right.
because we were the three that voted for it. So one of the three of us would have to say we rescinded. Now, we could wait until we have to do that. If we do that, the whole dominoes fall, because it has to be the county and 50% of the municipality. So if we were to do that, and back this roller coaster back up, then we will have to
So
we'll have to pass a resolution for whatever is gonna go forward at a different time. But anyway, I still struggle a little bit, Mr. Chairman, with how do we have that conversation? And can we narrow it to a couple of different aspects? And I'm thinking through that. I don't want to spit them out yet because it's not well thought out, but because we have other groups. So Joel Highsmith and some others have expressed concerns, and this will happen whether we have an ambulance only or the 3-prong approach. There's this is gonna come from Joel, but secondhand, they say it's coming from Du Bois a little bit too. Say, well, we'll vote for a tax on that if you will improve ambulance. And to that means extend service broader than we're doing now, which is complicated. So, and Jim and I have looked at some numbers. So currently our subsidy is $2 million to have outsourced ambulance. We need to do a better job of putting in capital replacement. We need to be spending about $300,000 to $500,000 a year for the next 3-4 years to bring our ambulance fleet back up to where it needs to be. So let's just say it's a $2.5 million bill. The way the calculus was on the 3-prong approach is that there would be money to build that ambulance back up. if we stayed with Frontier. If there is an effort to move towards a self, a county-driven ambulance again versus not, and not have an outsourced. Roughly, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing $6 million bill to run the ambulance ourselves. Now, you gotta say, you're gonna get the reimbursement back from the charging of the ambulance, right? But we know that we had a pretty big shortfall. You're gonna be right back. You'll be in a different financial situation and you want to expand the service. We know it was a $3.6 million bill to run that service with a $650,000, we had to bring out of the general fund to make it whole in 2016. What do we think that number is going to be in 2025, 10 years later? Or 2026, I'm sorry, so 10 years later. And so it's not an easy proposition. And so you get this group of people who are saying, well, yeah, we want an ambulance, but we want it better. And we want it broader than you do now. So it's going to cost more money. But nobody's saying that, but anyway, I'm saying it. So it's a complicated problem. And how do we break the conversation down to have it within the municipalities? I think we need to think about that before we just say, hey, everybody all come, let's have a conversation. I don't like free for alls, you know that. That's just me thinking out loud. Well, I don't.
Oh, just,
I'm just trying to figure out, we structure the conversation to make it meaningful. I think Brett has brought some good points. I think the numbers in the primary and the general are significant, and I got to admit that. I don't want to, but I've got to admit that. So anyway, yeah, Jim, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just comment, in light of the email we discussed that I sent to Department of Revenue. So there were some pretty enlightening answers in that, that I think can guide some direction. I'm not trying to say we need to rescind this motion or anything like that. I think we can leave that motion on the table, and leave the resolution, not rescind anything, but I think it's valid information to talk about. Because the direction that we've headed and may potentially head may not be the most efficient method for us to do this. And I feel like some of the answers in this email address the questions that have been talked about. And I think it's worth having an information session to say, this is how sales tax works. And are we approaching it from the most advantageous way? Because me personally, not as treasurer of Fremont County, I think if we throw too many questions at the voters,
You won't get anything.
you're not gonna get anything, exactly. And so I would like to have everybody, again, be privy to the answers that I've gotten. And be able to say, let's make a good decision for the county and all of these services.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
would the commission be open to, maybe a couple of us, Jim and Julie, try to frame up some of these questions so we can have a meaningful conversation? Take a couple stabs at that, and then sit it down in email and say, this is the way we're gonna have the conversation. Did you want to try and have this conversation next week?
Yeah, I think, we were pretty well forced into having a
Okay.
meeting next
Okay.
week.
We can scratch out some stuff today and get it out to everybody and say, hey, what do you think about framing the conversation this way?
And Mr. Chairman, you're not forced to have one next week. You have plenty of time if we're looking at a general. The primary is
Right.
potentially already set with everybody. So you're not forced into that. I just thought
Well,
time is of the essence and you have a week open, so why? You should be working.
I was just concerned that April 1st was, I don't know what this.
Other deadline.
Yeah,
Well,
is
actually, it was the end of April that you would have to have the primary election locked in.
the ballot.
You had 3 meetings there that you would have had to have that locked in. if you're going to change it to the general, I refigure this year,
Right.
it's like July 26th, you have to have this in. The 110 days anyway.
We still have 3 meetings
Yes,
that we can have this discussion.
yes.
And
But if they all have to go, Mr. Chairman, if they all have to go back to
Right.
their councils and do
Exactly.
some action too, I
Right.
just thought maybe you'd want to not let a bunch of grass grow under your feet,
Yeah.
forget
Oh, yeah.
what we've
Right.
learned and jump right into it. That was just my thought, but to the conversation, to the information.
Yeah. So with Brett's proposal, I think we have time to review it and discuss that. With the 3/4 cent proposal, I think we have 3 meetings, but I think at the very least, Mr. Jones, I, Julie, and Jim can get together and come up with some language that we can bring and invite the other municipalities in. Even if we have to hold our regular meeting on 7th, and if we hold a special meeting with the municipalities that week, we can, I don't know when, that would give all the city councils a chance to take it to their respective councils and have that discussion. Agreeable?
I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to, sorry.
Just that you and I and Julie and
Okay.
Jim will work on,
Will we not do a special meeting or we will?
if we can get everything gathered up
Okay.
and
If not, we'll go to.
we'll go, if not, we will go to the 7th
Okay,
and have that, because this board will have to
okay.
look at it as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I agree with
Mr. Chair, we're so close, these guys, these being on their own. The airport, that's important.
Yeah.
That airport is gonna be the medical that goes in and out of there, flights, the tourism that comes into there. And we lose that airport and, economic development, you think we're in bad shape now, we'll be in way worse shape without the airport coming in here. And we have some possibilities of some mining and oil and gas getting going again. And if you can't fly into Riverton, you're not gonna, that's gonna set us back in economic development a long ways. Casper, their flights, they used to have 2. Now, look at our parking lot and look at the flights out of Riverton. Because of that airport, we've really grown. But we need this little gap in here to fill. We've got this short little gap here to fill. And we just need to get by a couple of years here. And this thing will take off. I have faith that Fremont County is gonna come out of this. We're a little short now, but we gotta have a little faith in what we're doing. You look at the jobs that even Tim was talking about today here, 27 jobs into that. 85% of it's federal funds, 67, right, 65%.
So we'll work on this. We'll get the information gathered up. We'll have a discussion with the rest of our board, see if there's enough conversation or worth having a conversation, hold a special meeting next week. If not, we will go on this, we will discuss it on the 7th and invite the city municipalities to attend, but, and maybe not on the 7th, but one day that week of the 7th or the 6th, and we'll have a discussion then. And then we can go through what Brett's proposal or Cass' proposal is, and we can have questions, and we'll have another sit down with them because they prefer to go to the general election with this. So, anything further, Brett?
I don't believe so, just if you have any questions or need me or one of our people at a meeting, let me know.
Okay.
We want to try and get this resolved. So, yeah, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all your effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a 5-minute break. You need a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
You'll show it on. Yes.
okay. I move that we go ahead and move the, budget hearing request for, the museum to go out for that credit grant, is that what it is?
The Lower Foundation grant.
Or foundation grant be accepted.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Been moved and seconded to approve a budget hearing for the museum board. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Think about it. This one.
Okay, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to come and provide you with information. The first thing I want to cover is this rather large stapled packet, and you'll be happy to know I'm not going to go through every single page. A lot of it is just charts and graphs that I've included for your viewing pleasure. So the first page, that's what I want to focus on, is just kind of a what I call our key revenue summary. I identify a lot of countywide revenues that are probably our more significant revenues coming in, and I keep track of those. That's the bulk of what the rest of that packet is the individual spreadsheets and projections of how I come up with the information that I have here. So the first section that you'll see up there is our general fund, general use revenues. So these are revenues that aren't restricted in any particular way as far as specific things that we need to spend them on. So this is just for general government use. So this includes vehicle registrations, property taxes, delinquent property tax, sales and use tax, which is the state portion, 4% tax, severance tax, the state assistance or direct distribution, and then I also include PILT on there. So as I go through and list these, you'll see that I have what we budgeted, how much we've received year to date, what the projection is through the end of the year, and then a projected variance, which is basically what I project through the end of the year versus the budget. So a positive projected variance is good. That's more revenue than we anticipated. A negative is not as good. As we go down the list, there are a couple of them that I will say are difficult ones to nail down. The first one being vehicle registrations. The reason why that is tricky is because of the way we only do true vehicle distributions twice a year. And so the second major vehicle distribution that we're going to do will happen in September, but it relates to revenues that are applicable to the current year. The reason why we wait until September is because we need to have the new mill levies in place. That's what makes this difficult to truly predict, because my projections are based off of if our mill levy for the county general fund stays exactly the same, we should come out to about this amount. If it goes up or down, vehicle registrations are going to do the same thing. So that one I always say take with a grain of salt. We do accrual entries every month to kind of anticipate where we would be based off of the motor vehicle fees that we have received in my office. So anyway, so that one we're projected to be at $1.38 million is our end of the year projection, which is $500,000 to the good. Again, take that number with a little bit of a grain of salt. The next one is current property tax. And one of the things I did this year, and it's not evident on this sheet in particular, is I have broken out our property taxes versus our mineral property taxes. And so mineral is going into a separate line item on our chart of accounts now. What I've done is continue to just combine those two, so the numbers you see is a combination of both mineral and all other taxes. You can see we're kind of right on target, a little bit again to the good, and probably that might be because of the mineral taxes, which again is another topic.
Oh, nice.
Would take another hour and a half worth of discussion again to explain why and how those numbers can and will change later in the year, but. So anyway, we're looking good on property taxes, we're approximately right on target. Delinquent property tax, again, that's a pretty challenging one to nail down. Part of what those delinquent taxes are not truly delinquent, because they're also mineral taxes that were deferred from back in 2022. So that sort of inflates the number that, they had a 13-year time period to repay those deferred taxes or to pay those deferred taxes. So that one, it's showing that we're 239,000 under budget. That could change in any given month. And like I say, it's a difficult one to pin down, but I don't think we're going to be in bad shape with regard to that. Sales and use tax. We had budgeted $5.7 million. We're projecting around $5.9 million by the end of the year in there. So that looks good. We try to be a little conservative when it comes to our sales tax projections. I feel like that's a good route to go. The next one is severance tax. This one is pretty consistent year in and year out. $377,000. The way the money has come in thus far, I'm projecting $374,000, so $3,000 difference. That may or may not. It all depends on the last payment that we get. So, next one is our state assistance. Already this year, we've received all of the state assistance. They distribute that in two large distributions throughout the year. So we've received everything we expected to receive, and we're right on there. The last one is PILT. PILT is, of course, the payment in lieu of taxes that we get from the federal government that covers the Forest Service land, BLM land, and Bureau of Reclamation land. We've estimated $3.17 million coming to that. We anticipate all of that to come in, and it may be a little bit higher. We ended up with like 3.5 million last year. So, but I anticipate that will come in usually in May or June. The next section, we get into some restricted taxes or restricted revenues that we get. So we do get gasoline tax, special fuel taxes. So these are amounts distributed from the state from fuel taxes that are collected by WYDOT. A portion of that comes back to the state, but it is restricted for road and bridge use only. So those are reported directly into our transportation department. You can see that for gasoline tax, we anticipated 766,000, projecting 787,000 by the end of the year. On special fuels tax, which is primarily diesel tax, $1.2 million is what we budgeted, and anticipate 1.293 million coming in on that one.
So what does that number change with the fluctuation of the prices?
It doesn't change with the fluctuation of the prices, because it's a certain number of cents per gallon is added. So it fluctuates based off of the amount that people are selling or that they're buying, I guess I should say. You could have a very dotted line to gas prices, because you could assume that discretionary travel is going to go down if gas prices are super high. So, so that may impact.
So the only thing that really affects is the mineral tax as far as oil prices and natural gas prices.
So yes, with mineral taxes, those are based off of production value. So it's based off of the units that are produced, but also the value of the sale at when it's produced or when it's sold. And so those can vary pretty greatly.
But unfortunately, I mean, I shouldn't say unfortunately, contracts are, you know, they have contracts, and like the event going on in the Middle East, they may have contracted for who knows how much, but now the price is double that, but unfortunately, they're under contract.
Right.
Okay.
Right, yeah, so some of that stuff we may not, you know, those type of ripple effects when it comes to mineral taxes, we may not see for a little while yet, because actually with the money that we're receiving through the monthly mineral property taxes are still related to 2025 production. So it's just because of the lags of when the reporting is done to the state and the bills are done and the companies pay their ad valorem. We should be getting the final payments on December 2025 production in this next month. So, and I'll get into that a little bit more when we turn the page. So, again, the other thing that I have under the restricted line item here that's for the transportation department is that secure rural schools Title I money that I mentioned. So, again, we have received $511,000 that was not anticipated at the beginning of the year. We should receive another payment on SRS for the federal fiscal year 25. I anticipate that to be another 550 to 600,000. So that relates back to the budget hearing that we had this morning on the SRS. The next one I want to talk about is our 1% local option sales tax that we have that's dedicated, that we have reserved for road and bridge. So this goes into our 1% fund. We anticipated $4,264,000 this year in revenue. Current projections are $4,535,000. So again, that's coming in a little bit better than we anticipated. In addition to that, we also have a road construction fund, which is defined by state statute, and it's funded through another portion of gasoline tax from YDOT, as well as a separate portion of severance tax that's dedicated to road construction fund. You'll see in that case, the gasoline tax is actually coming in a little under what we anticipated. That's interesting. In that, you know, we see more on the one gasoline tax than we do on the other. Some of that may really just be from my projection method, which is just sort of based off of historical performance in past years. So it could be that my projections are off slightly, but then on the severance tax again, also pretty consistent. We're looking at 13,000 more than what we had budgeted of 238,000. Again, severance tax, that's pretty consistent year after year. So not sure that we will really see a $13,000 increase on severance tax. The next one is a bit of a legacy one because we no longer have our economic development sales tax. However, we have had money trickle in through the year. The reason for that is probably twofold. I don't have specific details on this, but either it is vendors that are still collecting the sales tax because they didn't change it when they were supposed to. So they're still charging 5.5% on sales in Fremont County. So that's part of it, in which case some of that might end up being refunded back at some point. The other thing is just delinquent sales tax. People, you know, bought something, typically a vehicle or something like that, when the sales tax was 5.5%, and are now just getting around to finally paying their sales tax on those things. So we've received just a little under $8,000 in that money. We have continued per our MOU with that to send the portions that we were obligated to the city of Riverton and to FCAG for the bus service. And so that is, you know, then we've got a portion that is still going into that fund. I have more information if we want to talk about that, if you would like, or given the sake of time, we could take that offline. And
Yeah, we
we can
can,
talk more about that later.
yeah, we'll do that later.
All right, the last revenues that I have on there that I like to keep track of is our E911 surtax and our prepaid wireless. So E911 surtax is a 75-cent tax per line of service in the county. It's paid. If any of you look at your cell phone bills, or if you still have a landline bill, look on there. Chances are that tax is being passed on to you. It's a tax that's allowed by statute to fund our dispatch services. And so the E911 surtax comes in on a monthly basis, although we do have some quarterly payers. So it sort of comes in waves. We get a large amount 1 month and then 2 months of not very much. And then the prepaid wireless is a tax that started several years ago that is paid for, you know, the prepaid phones that you buy at Walmart, for example, that have the minutes already built into them. There's a tax that Walmart charges. They pay it to the state. The state then turns around and distributes some of that money back to the counties. Again, and that's specifically for operating the 911 service. Those we had anticipated $437,000 in revenue. I think we're going to be well short of that. I'm anticipating 364,000 in that revenue. So if you want to flip the page, and I saw some of you trying to sneak ahead. So then the next couple pages, and I'm not going to belabor this, it's just some good information. This comes out of a separate spreadsheet that I have where we are tracking the amount of money that comes in our monthly sales tax distribution check that gives us all the detail of who paid the taxes, what the taxes were for, all of that sort of information. So the very first page that you have there with the little orange and blue bar chart on there. So what that shows is basically our mineral assessed value as it was paid, which, you know, is always subject to change with, you know, you see our notice of value changes and abatements that we have throughout the year. So the information I have here is based off of this is what the Department of Revenue paid us. And so even historical stuff is probably not exactly as I presented here any longer. So as we look at 2025, as I was mentioning a little bit earlier, we haven't received all of the December payments yet. And so I anticipate that just from the December standpoint, we may see another $15 million worth of assessed amounts coming in. So that we're at 162 million right now in minerals. Another 15, of course, would put that at about 176 million, which is a little bit less than last year. We were at 206 million in minerals, and that jives pretty closely with the information that the assessor's office gets independently from the Department of Revenue. Tara and I have been working quite a bit over the last couple of months to compare notes, and we're right on, pretty close. There's actually her numbers are coming in a little bit lower. It's kind of maybe identified where that's coming from. I don't know why, however. So stay tuned. I guess we'll see what happens. So any questions on that? So it's just sort of informational stuff, and of course, I guess what I'm talking about with mineral assessed value actually applies to our next tax year when it comes in. So it's money we've already received, but it relates to our assessed value for the next fiscal year. The next chart, I just thought that was interesting. This sort of takes all of our mineral taxes and shows you what tax districts we have as far as where that money comes from. So the top chart is a little pie chart showing the amount of money by tax district, and then you recognize it's kind of small. The little table next to it lines it out as far as numbers are concerned. And then just as a reference, I stole a picture off of our map server to show what our tax districts are, so you can compare to where, you know, what part of the county is our mineral money being generated from. And then the last one I'm gonna pay attention or point out to you is, wow. So primarily our big minerals, of course, are are oil and natural gas. So I kind of pulled out just the oil and natural gas numbers, and I've been tracking those numbers on a monthly basis. Ever since we started doing monthly minerals in 2022. So the numbers, I recognize it's a little hard to decipher, but other than to say that, if you look back on the bar chart, we had a nice big bar in 2022 of all of our minerals back when we had $1 billion assessed value, and how that has declined pretty dramatically. So you see that big blue line across the top, that was what natural gas was doing in 2022. What it's doing in 2025 is the third or fourth lowest one on that chart. So, oil has stayed a little more consistent. That's sort of all the little cluster of lines in the middle. But yeah, the blue line up there is 2022 natural gas. And then the gray line that you see is the really precipitous drop of natural gas beginning in 2023. How we had such a large amount in January payments, and then it just plummeted from there. So that's all I'm going to talk about with this packet. Like I said, the rest of it is just charts and graphs that relate to the numbers on the front page that you're welcome to look at. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Okay. Then the other thing that I gave you was a little one sheet one that I thought we would talk a little bit about our cash and investments. So I have this broken down. It's kind of summarized from a report that I get out of our accounting software. As of the end of February, as always, we're not completely done closing out February. Numbers might change a little bit, but I think it's a good snapshot in time here. So talking about how we have our money invested. We have a grand total of $59,671,000 total cash and investments for the county, the big county, I'll say that. Out of that, through what we have cash and checking accounts, as of the printing of this, we had just over $4.1 million in very liquid, readily available cash. The next section I have on here are called LGIPs, local government investment pools. Again, this is fairly liquid. It's money that we can put away, but we can access again very quickly. So it's very liquid, but offers better interest rates than of course stashing things in the mattress or putting them in the bank. So we have just under $8.2 million in our LGIPs. The next three that I have listed there, Morton Asset Management, Multi-Bank Securities, and Peaks Investments. Those are three different brokerage and an asset management firm that we work with. We do kind of try to have our investments put out there. These are a little bit longer term investments. It's money that I feel like we don't need in a daily cash flow basis. And so these are our moneymaker accounts. They're mostly invested in agency bonds. We have some treasuries as well. And then Morton Asset Management actually contains some mortgage-backed securities, which are some legacy investments that we've had for many years, dating to before me being the treasurer. So you can see with Morton, we've got $18.4 million with multi-bank securities. We've got just shy of $15 million, and Peaks Investment, we have just over $14 million. And then what I call the other investments are just two very small investments that we have locally. One of them is a bond or a CD that we just keep and renew every year that is used in lieu of a bond for, I believe, some buried tanks that are in Du Bois, maybe. So anyway, it's a bond that we have just, again, have a CD in lieu purchasing, an insurance bond on that. The other one is a money market account that we have with the local bank. So all of those investments, then what we do is we allocate those out to our various funds, and that tells you sort of where we are with our various funds. So all of that $59.7 million gets allocated out to our various county funds. I just listed the bigger ones here. So our general fund, out of that, almost $60 million owns about $14.7 million of that. As of this snapshot, our national opioid settlement is at $1.3 million.
It's gonna get bigger, cause I just got a notice of another settlement. And they never did send me another request for a DocuSign.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Mr. Chairman. So the national opioid settlement, we've been accruing money. There have been multiple settlements with this, from the opioid manufacturers to the distributors to the individual pharmacies. And these settlements are going to go, it's akin to the tobacco settlement that happened, several decades ago. This money will be coming in over the next 10 to 12 years, I think. We saw a pretty big influx right at the first, when it started 3 years ago. And so now it's trickling in, but I believe in calendar year 2025, we got just over $500,000. Maybe that might be a little high. I should double check that. But anyway, so that national opioid settlement money is there. We have a group that is now trying to figure out how to spend it that meets the criteria of the settlement. So
If we, Mr. Chair, if we don't use that money, is there a time that you have to send it back, or?
not to my knowledge. I mean, there are some very specific uses of that money, which is kind of why we've been reluctant to dive in and start spending. So I think there's a bigger risk of spending it incorrectly and then having to pay it back. But it's, unlike our ARPA funds, for example, there's not a line in the sand that says, if you don't have it spent by this date, you have to pay it back. So
And Mr. Chairman, actually, ARPA funds does have a line.
it does.
The
That's what I would
LAPC.
say. Yes, I would say, unlike ARPA,
Oh,
they have the national opioid. So thank you. That's a good segue into the next two that are on the list, are LATC and ARPA. So LATC are local assistant and tribal coordination funds that we received from the federal government. A few years ago, that was about $7.5 million, I believe, that we received. We still have just shy of $4.9 million of unspent. I know that we've obligated a fair amount of that that we're spending on various projects, infrastructure things and whatnot. So I anticipate that will continue to go down, but there is money, I think, unobligated at this point. It's still there. ARPA, however, we're on the clock with ARPA. We have until the end of calendar year 2026 to spend the money that we've obligated there. And the last obligations or appropriations that we could do with that money was at the end of 2024, if I remember correctly. So whatever we've agreed to spend, that's all we can spend now. We've got $487,000 left in that. Again, for multiple projects that we need to do. Whatever we don't spend by the end of December, then you go to pay back to the federal government. So our next fund is our 1% infrastructure fund. This one has just over $9 million in it. As of when I printed this of course is used to fund our major roads projects and bridge projects that we have. So the next one, the road construction fund. This is the one that I listed on the other one that gets the sales tax and severance tax coming into it. That fund also holds all of our road material inventory. So there's $2.5 million in that one. And then in addition to that, we have about another million-ish tied up in, inventory, gravel and culverts and cattle guards, things like that. We mentioned earlier the road bridge balancing fund. So that's where in past years, if we had excess revenue in the transportation department, we would push it over to that because those are restricted funds. And so it's best to not keep them intermingled with our unrestricted funds in the general fund. So we put that money over there, just shy of $880,000 in that fund. Our economic development fund, which is the leftover from the economic development tax. We have $1.6 million in there right now. Some of that, and I am still trying to get all of the information to see whether we have those economic development grants that are yet to be paid, where we've obligated ourselves, but people haven't requested the money yet. So I can't say right now that $1.6 million is automatically available to use. Some of it might already be obligated. Our ambulance fund has $553,000. Not a lot. Most of that is, of course, this is where we pay the subsidy out of, but we transfer money from the general fund into the ambulance fund and then pay the subsidy out of the ambulance fund. So that's primarily a pass through. The money that's in there is basically from, some of it has to be with depreciation. Some of it's just some residual money. We do actually still get a little trickle of money coming in on ambulance collections back when the county did the billing for it. And we've written some of these things off and sent them to collections as unpaid bills. But we do on a monthly basis get a small payout from our collection agency. Yeah, so next one down is our dispatch center. This one's the ugly number. We're currently in the hole on the dispatch center. Kind of a whole separate conversation going on about that. So I'll answer questions if you have some. It's that's definitely a topic that we need to get that right sooner rather than later. So.
Yes.
Next fund that I have listed on here is our capital revolving fund. This is the fund that we use for purchasing, primarily vehicles, road equipment, that sort of stuff. That sort of acts like a bank for us. We put our money there, we purchase equipment, and then the departments pay back on a loan basis for the equipment that they use. The next one I list is our agency fund. The agency fund is the fund that we use for doing our tax distributions. Nothing in the agency fund belongs to Fremont County. So this is all money that belongs to other tax entities. It's in our agency fund where we have our historic preservation amount. We have money for 2 grazing districts where they use us as their bank. And so anyway, that's $5 million or $5.1 million is not county money, but it is part of our treasury.
Mr. Chairman, so that would be like Brook and Valley irrigation?
Yep, it includes, irrigation fees, any sort of property taxes that belong to school districts, cities, towns.
Okay, so we're just the caretaker there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Next one down the list, our health plan. Our health plan is in pretty good shape. We have $6.8 million in there. That, of course, could disappear pretty quickly if we had some catastrophic claims come through. So that one is one that we do want to make sure that we don't play that one too close to the bone, because that could be a difficult thing to recover from. The next one down is our investment pool. This one's a little bit tricky to explain because it handles the business of the treasury. So this is where we record all of our interest earnings coming in off of our investments. And it's also where we pay our various bank fees and things like that. And out of that investment pool fund, we distribute interest out to all of our funds and to all of the tax entities based off of their balances that we have. So So that one, currently is also at a healthy $5.3 million. Our detention facility trust, is a fund that was set up when we built the detention center. The special purpose excise tax was allowed to generate some money above and beyond the building of the building, to create an ongoing maintenance fund, essentially. It is a permanent trust, which means that there's a corpus attached to that we are not able to spend. We can only spend the interest that's earned off of that account. So that has $3.1 million, and I should have looked up to see what the corpus amount was of that, but somewhat less than $3.1 million. The next one, I included the Fremont County Museums. The reason why they're on here, but none of the other component units are, is because the museums actually share our bank accounts. So their deposits go into our checking account, and we pay their warrants out of our warrant account. So that's why they get a cash allocation out of our investments. The other component units have their own separate bank accounts, and are not part of this money in here. Then I just put all other funds for $800,000. That's everything else that we have. Some of them are positive, some of them are negative, and they're negative for a reason. That's not a big deal. Usually those are the grant funds in which we're waiting reimbursement on. So we've spent the money, but we haven't received our reimbursement yet. So anyway, questions on the investments. I guess one other note I could say is just a quick calculation that I did. Our investments in general are earning about 3.8% on an annual basis. You know, and of course that can vary. Interest rate environment is interesting right now, with the things that are going on with Iraq and oil prices and all of that stuff. Originally, it looked like the Fed was going to be reducing interest probably throughout the year. That looks like maybe that may change. You know, the current administration really wants interest rates a lot lower than they are. And so it's definitely a double-edged sword. It's good for investments when interest rates are high. It's, you know, bad for homeowners. Yeah. Or, you know, people that are looking to become homeowners. So, anyway, questions on that? I know it's a lot of information.
Any questions? Yeah, a lot of information. Okay.
All right. That's all I have.
All right. Well, thank you, Jim.
I thought you were a math guy.
Incrementally. My batch.
Is pencil still?
No, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. J. David Holbert. Holbert.
Skipped one. Skipped one. You skipped mine.
He's coming in later. Oh,
Here.
sorry.
No worries.
Got your hopes all up. Micah, come on ahead. I didn't see you slip in. It was too deep into
Thought.
numbers.
Well, that's pretty rare to share this. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll just go one at a time here. Thank you all so much for making the time for me today, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This first request that I have is related to the spot I've got in my Riverton office that's going to be coming empty here in about the next 120 days. I have an employee there who will be leaving us. She's been with the county for almost 20 years, but got a better paying position
with the U.S. Attorney's Office and decided to take advantage of that opportunity. And I mean, it wasn't something that we probably could have even matched, so it's not, is what it is. You just kind of have to grin and bear it. I spoke with her. I think this is all right to say in the public meeting, and just wanted to make sure there was nothing we could ever do to keep her around. And she basically said it's time to move on, and it's money related, and those things happen. So this is just a request to rehire. The salary range should be full-time benefited position, felony secretary in our Riverton office. Her current salary is set at $53,000 per year. I'd like to request up to that amount. It would be within our budget. As I said, that's her current salary. And at this point in time on this particular request, I'd take any questions.
Questions, commissioners? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move to, go ahead. Move to, for that. Micah to, rehire, felony legal secretary for Riverton, not to exceed the amount of $53,000.
Second.
Be moved and seconded to approve rehiring, advertising to rehire a full-time benefited felony legal secretary, salary range not to exceed $53,000 a year. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you so much, commissioners. I've got one more request. I would be able to pass around. This is in anticipation of upcoming budget season, and I recognize, of course, given the question marks with respect to budgeting, that this is somewhat of a long shot, but I wanted to make sure that I brought it here today and at least put it forward for discussion. My request here is a request to hire. I'm looking to create an additional legal secretary, full-time benefited position at the salary range of up to $42,000 a year. I'm in a situation in both offices where workload is getting to be a bit much for the number of folks that I've got there. I think the commission can recall when Mr. LeBrun left the office, he had significantly diminished the amount of secretaries in our Riverton office. Right now, that's our busier office, certainly with respect to misdemeanors, but also felonies. We've got a number of cases that just continue to rip through there at a remarkable amount. In addition, in my Lander office, I have one individual that's in charge of all the Lander misdemeanors as well as all the Lander felonies. My intent, with respect to reorganization, would be to treat this position as one that would float between the two offices, provide support in Lander as necessary, and largely devote time to the office in Riverton to be able to back them up, especially on their busier days. They have a higher workload Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Those are the days that we have to produce a lot of paperwork and a lot of data entry. All has to be done before 11 a.m. So that the circuit court can see incoming jail inmates. Our load, of course, can be as low as 0 on those days, but especially given current trends in the county, it's become quite high. And there have been a number of days where we've really had to race to meet the court's deadline at 11. And the reason for me wanting to hire a floating position is to be able to attempt to provide some support for a single person in Lander, as well as the 2 people that have got working misdemeanors currently in Riverton. It would be asking for additional funds that I didn't have budgeted for this year. And I can certainly understand, especially not knowing exactly where we sit with respect to budget next year, commission's reticence on this, but I thought I would get it before you. And so that's,
So
just
this would
my,
be a new hire.
that's
a new
correct.
Position,
That's correct, sir.
and it would be added into next year's budget as well.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
What about, do you have plans to hire legal counsel?
I do. I've actually got two positions open, I'm sure as the commission, understands. I have, been doing the past couple of weeks interviews for both of those. I've got, prospects that I'm going to extend offers to. The issue, of course, being is that they're law students, so they won't become available until they pass the bar. I have one who's likely to be able to work some over the summer, so I may come in and request she be able to be hired at a lower rate until she actually passes the bar. But I have those in the works, and essentially, given that offers are accepted, I'll be able to fill those positions as fast as possible. But there's a limitation on it.
Where's the question?
Yeah. Micah, since you've been short attorneys, have you got money in the budget? No.
This would be asking for additional funds in budget. I can understand, it's a catch-22 where I sit, adding an additional attorney would be fine. That would bring me back up to the same level that we had in the office before budget cuts. However, adding an additional attorney without support staff is somewhat of a putting the cart before the horse, if that makes sense, Commissioner. Our workflow has to be dealt with our office staff. The presentation of cases to the court and appearances in court have to be handled by members of the Wyoming State Bar. Right now, currently, I think with respect to attorney staff, my biggest issue has been attempting to find applicants and work them through the process. That appears to be in the works. So this is looking ahead to the future for when I have a full attorney staff able to meet all the needs of the court. I hope that answers your question.
Any further questions? Commissioner, your shot.
Budget would you take it on? Monday.
Yeah. So Julie, since he has two positions that are currently vacant, granted they would be for attorneys, but he would have the funding available to fill this position currently.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't had an opportunity to talk with our county attorney on where he thinks he is with his budget. But if you're trying to say, if you want to give him permission to do that and he can start hiring at the same time he's trying to get his attorneys so that they're all up to speed at the same time, you could do that. And if he, at the end of June, if we find that he is going over budget, then we could just add to that. It's just depending on what you feel for him. If you want him to wait till his budget is sent in to you, or if you feel like that this would be helping him in this time, we can certainly make that work either way.
And I might add, Mr. Chairman, the juvenile position's not been filled since I first requested it from the board. And I've had a second position open since December and not filled yet. And those won't be filled until one likely to be filled in August at a much reduced rate because she wouldn't have passed the bar at that point, and then both to be permanently filled in October.
And then that would be a different budget.
That comes from a different budget. Yes, that's correct.
So,
Different
Mr.
money.
Chairman, to answer your question, it sounds like he does have money available if you
Yeah.
wanted to give him the opportunity to do this at this time. That's up to you guys.
Any further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So, I know it's early in the budget conversations. I guess I'm always interested to see what the whole budget picture for you is going to be next year.
Certainly.
When Pat left, he cut it down pretty tight. We understood that. But it kind of, for me, I always like to say, okay, we're gonna make this decision now. It's gonna affect next year's budget, and what's the total impact that you expect? And I guess I would rather you have that conversation with Julie, before we made that decision.
I can certainly,
Yeah, just.
see this tabled,
2025 is this,
certainly can.
2026 is
I
this.
just kind of have these both on the hopper and thought I'd bring them both to attention today.
I always like to see that. That's just one commissioner.
No, I agree. I think if there's gonna be some changes and some reorganization, I think we need to look at the overall picture
Absolutely. Absolutely.
versus, kind of hiring. Now, you have, right now you will have, if we table this and you'll have 2 weeks to work with Julie about it, and then we can come up with more definite answers. Maybe you can come up with an overall big picture for us to look at as well.
I'm absolutely on board with that,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely, yeah. And like I said, I can completely understand that. There's carts and there's horses. I already talked about that with the last request. But I just wanted to make sure that the Board of County Commissioners understood that was what I was looking to do.
Mr. Chair, do you have somewhere that you're looking at would be fill this position?
Commissioner Fabricius, I currently don't. It's looking at office reorganization sort of from a high level, and the opportunity to be able to hire. So I wouldn't be hiring anyone upon the commission's permission to do so. This is looking at the next budgetary
If you
year.
had somebody in mind that could handle the job,
Understood, sir.
certainly want to get them on board.
Understood, sir.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you on the 7th.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Micah.
Mr. Holbert, sorry.
One day.
The middle school principal services problem.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
That's right through that.
I never know what time it is anymore, so, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm with Fremont County School District 38. I'm the superintendent currently, but just to give you a little history, I've been with Arapahoe Schools for 14 years now. I've worked pretty much with every department. I just recently ended up in the superintendent role, hopefully not for too much more than a little over a year. But ever since I've been there, we've been talking about unification. It was a magic number that kept getting floated for years and years of, as soon as we get 500 students, we'll become a unified school district. And then there's been different discussions. We talked with WDE and those kind of things and just never got anything off the ground. And then this year, in a conversation I had with WDE, and I mentioned it, and they said, well, let's see if we can help you with that. And so they got us the statute and they've been working with us. I may not have the process 100% down, but I know that we have to come to you and go through some stuff. And so I'd just like to take a couple minutes, and I'll be well into the 15, to kind of share kind of some of the reasons why we feel that it would benefit both our students and the county as a whole to become unified. And then after I've gone through that, I've already been speaking with some people and I'll work with them, and we'll do the legwork on getting a proposal that my understanding is that the boundary board, so you all plus a couple other people would approve and then send on to the State Board of Education and hopefully get us to where we're not the last K-8 district in the state. So the positive for students, right now, we aren't funded like every other district in the state. We're the last K-8 district. One example would be our middle school, our 6th through 8th grade students have never had a track and field until we took and we kept squirreling away our federal dollars in order to finally get to where we built our own track and field. The state should have funded it, but we're defined as a K-8 elementary. And so they went, well, you've got a playground over there, so that's everything you need. You guys don't need a football field. You guys don't need these other things. So the funding gets really strange for us at times. Recalibration, that's a whole nother story that I don't know how much attention you all have paid to that, but that's been an interesting one. I've learned a lot lately. Other things that would be huge advantages to our students is more access to CTE courses. Currently, we have pretty limited. Part of the issue there is with our size and funding, we don't have a great way for, if we were going to have an auto body class or an auto shop class, we would have to say, hey, can you come in and teach like maybe 90 minutes a day and drive out to Arapahoe, come hang out with us, and then, we don't know what you're gonna do with the rest of your day. And you're not gonna work with us enough for benefits or anything else. If we're able to become K-12, that's gonna start opening up more of those options for us to be able to use. It's not directly tied to academics, but our gym space. 2 years ago, we started having at our charter school, or with our charter school has done their strange thing that's unique in the state, but our charter school finally was able to start having some sports teams. So the way our funding works, though, back to that K-8 elementary, we get fully funded for one gymnasium. We have another that we call the old gym that is considered excess space, and we get partial funding for. But at this time, we've got 5 basketball teams and 2 cheer squads that are competing for space to practice in 2 gyms, and they're not like, way back I graduated from Riverton High School, and you've got your 3 courts in one gymnasium. Ours are single court gymnasiums. So there's no room for it. So if we did become K-12, we'd be able to get a new high school. And with that, we would be able to get more gym space and open those kind of things up. Another one, when it comes to education, one of the few things that actually causes a decrease in performance is mobility. So students going from one school to the next. Currently, we force almost all of our 8th graders to change schools. Most of our 8th graders go to either Wyoming, Indiana, or Riverton. A few will go to our charter school, and a few will go to St. Stephen's. But we're taking between 35 and 45 students a year, roughly, and saying, go somewhere else once they hit 8th grade. Which brings me to the next point, is this is something that I'm very proud of, is that as a district, we have met growth goals on state testing 3 consecutive years. So we get our students to where we're growing them. Our ELA Y-top scores are starting to approach the state average, which is unheard of for our school. We're getting there, and then we get them grown. We show the growth. We get them. Many of them are getting proficient now, and then we say, go somewhere else. I would like to cut down on that. Our charter school, Arapahoe Charter High School, was intended to be, and this is something we're very proud of, even though the numbers, if you look at them, don't look great. Our charter high school was built on helping students that were unsuccessful somewhere else. It's a small change in trend, but our high school has typically received students that have gone to 2 or 3 other local high schools, not done well, and they come there because it's a much smaller environment than those pieces. Additionally, right now we're starting to exceed the capacity. We've had more students that are wanting to come to our charter high school than we can house. It would allow us to go ahead and keep our charter high school, but separate out and have a regular high school, and then a much smaller charter high school. Currently, we're a little over 60 students at our charter high school. We would like to drop that down to about 25 so that we can continue to meet those type of needs. The last positive for students is right now, once they get past 8th grade, unless they come to our charter high school, they don't have representation on a school board. Riverton does not have a school board member that comes from District 38. We cooperate with them and we have discussions, those kind of things, but you honestly lose any form of representation for all of those students. So it would increase local control over how our students do. Just the positives for the surrounding area, it involves building a new school. That's going to bring significant money into the county and those kind of things. And it will mean additional jobs because we'll be able to hire some additional teachers. We'll be able to hire additional support staff and hire facilities, those type of things. So with your permission, what I'd like to do is we would do the legwork, get the proposal all put together, and then bring it to the boundary board for approval and submission to the State Board of Education.
So would, and I'll ask Tara, she's sitting, would the tax,
That's my,
would the tax burdens increase? Or would the division, mill levies, that's, what is it? 47% of the mill levies go to the school districts? Would that division just be would include the Arapahoe School? The tax burden would remain the same, just the divisions would change to include the other school. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Right now, School District 38 gets 147,500 from the intake of property taxes. This would increase their, I believe, this would increase their liability as far as they would be taking on more students with that same amount of money, but it would not change that valuation boundary at all. The one thing that I do have a question on, and we don't have to belabor it today, but it's a question that there's some impact aid money that comes. Would this affect your impact aid money by gaining more students? And that's a question I have. Impact aid is for students who live on ceded land, reservation land, so they don't garner any property tax income, but the federal government does pay this the school, so that would affect you, would gain more students that way. Is that correct?
Yes, so currently, and this goes back to some of the weirdness of our district, about 40% of our students come from within Fremont 25's boundaries. We would expect to have that continue, but we also start sending students to Fremont 25. The impact aid money, we have an agreement with Riverton Schools to split the impact aid money for those students. Because of how that works, we would retain more of that impact aid money, and it would also increase our funding. My expectation is that we probably, currently we are just over 400 students, 420-ish. My expectation would be if we had our own high school and became unified, that we would probably increase our enrollment by close to 100 in that area, just because once we filled our high school with our 8th graders, that would be roughly where we were at.
Questions?
Mr. Chair, yeah, your ADM, do you get ADM from the state at all?
Yes, so we are a public school, so we do get the state funding, and so the whole recalibration process applies there, and we get our per pupil funding the same as everybody else. Now, the small school stuff, and there's some pieces that we have to finalize understanding just because of how new the law is. But yes, we are funded just like every other, except for the fact that they don't consider us having a middle school and we don't have high school.
Okay.
so, Tara, would there be any other tax questions in that? Any other?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, no. But there wouldn't be anything else for us to decide, I think, in reading the statutes, and I will have to get with our county attorney to make sure. But it sounds to me like he's going to put the wheels in motion, which I believe the statute, and again, we're looking at Title 21, and it does say that the school district does initiate that with the Department of Education, which I believe you've already done, and brings that back to the boundary board. Then we meet as a boundary board, listen to their presentation, and decide if this is applicable to them. So I believe that's our role in this.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, wasn't all that long ago, there was a bill in the legislature to try to consolidate into one school district around the state. So there's an element out there, and I have no idea how large it is, but there's definitely an element out there that worries about how many school districts we have. We have how many unified districts in Fremont County right now? Is it 8? It's eight,
The school chairman is eight.
and this would make nine.
No.
As a unified.
Mr. Yes,
It
as
would
a
be
unified,
nine unified.
they're already a considered, and not, they're already considered a school district, so that won't change, those boundaries won't change.
Right, but it would change the number of unified.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are, this is the last one in the state.
From Saturday.
For me,
We already have 7, so, and then there are 8, so that would be just 8. We have 8 school districts.
okay, so we don't have 8, we have 7, and this would go to 8. Thank you.
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I agree with that statement. You have school district 38. Just because it's non-unified, I don't know that it means it's not a school district. I think we need to
I'm
be
not
careful.
saying it's not a school district. I'm just saying in the minds of people
Correct.
who think 8 districts is too much.
Yes.
I'll recall do you know who Jared Stack is? He was on the Endow, and he's one of these, he considers himself a futurist now, and he was a big tech investor up in up at Casper, still up there, and gets listened to at the state. And we were having a conversation about how many school districts there are. And he says, and he looks over at me and he says, well, you're from Fremont, you should have 1. And me being me, I said, well, you need to come down off your 30,000-foot cloud, because, yeah, I mean, I can think of, I'm just thinking consolidating school districts. Riverton and Lander, never gonna go. Du Bois, yeah. There's no independence up there. And then within the reservation, yeah, well, this, and I'm anticipating that this is going to raise some questions, whether they understand it or not. It's gonna raise some questions, and you're actually talking about building another high school. And I think there will be questions that come up and say, why couldn't these districts be consolidated into, especially under administration? That's usually the crux, and I don't know where Cale's been on that in the past, but I know it's been a topic, and I that is the extent of what I know. And I'm sorry to throw that out there, but I'm thinking, gosh, what kind of questions are we gonna get are gonna be arisen from this? And I don't know what the process you have to go through at the state, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I was here I was at Arapahoe for the last big round of consolidation talks.
Yeah.
And typically what has happened is it sounds like a great idea, and then they start looking at the ramifications, like you said. You know, I'm a proud Riverton graduate.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm supposed to join with Lander.
Not gonna.
Why?
I just get. No, I get it. I get I'm just anticipating
Yes.
that this could generate more conversations. And that I won't know how to answer. I'm certainly gonna talk to some others, but.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Fort Washington was the last one that we had, and they decided, I can't remember if enough people came to the table here, and so that it was decided that there would be a hearing out at the school district. So I could maybe find whatever we did before, but I think we ended up having some kind of hearing out there, and then you made a decision here as a boundary board.
Okay.
So it might be that you may have to do that too, and we did it in the district, so people would come to their meeting and express whatever they wanted to express at the time, so that it helped you guys to make a decision. So I'll see if we've got that folder still and see if we have any information for you.
Okay.
So really, your ask is that if you prepare the documents and the paperwork, you come back to us and we meet as a boundary board and we go through it and then decide from there.
Mr. Chair, correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that if there was a reason for a hard no, that we didn't go through the time and effort to prepare it and then walk in and just here, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm glad you spent your time. No. So that's really, and you know, just to put it on your radar and let you know that there are positives for our students and the county that we are considering as we do this.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think are you agreeable to?
Yeah, I just have a question on the St. Stephen's, how does that work with you? With the district, the gate, I mean, are they, I guess they're considered high school, is that right?
So St. Stephen's, I'm gonna turn this, so I'm not leaning in a weird way toward. So St. Stephen's is the one federal BIE school on the reservation. So it is, in the past, they had a tighter relationship with the state schools and some of those things, and those pieces, but it has turned into a complete separate entity and those pieces. So they don't report to the state and those kind of things. So it is a high school. They do continue to exist. Their enrollment shrunk significantly after the, I don't know how to describe it.
Those two coming together, 38, St. Stephen's?
No, because because it's a federally funded school as opposed to a state school. Now, at one point when St. Stephen's was extraordinarily close to closing because of financial issues, there was talk of us potentially trying to absorb their infrastructure and those pieces because we would probably see an increase in students. But as far as the two of us, at one point for our charter students, we had a MOU with St. Stephen's for them to be able to play sports with them. And then that got ugly and has been shut down. And so that was actually what spurred us to start having our own teams, was that agreement and cooperation with St. Stephen's got very difficult, I guess.
Okay,
So are you agreeable to letting him move forward?
yes, let them move forward.
Commissioner-
Yes,
Mr. Jones?
I'm cautious, just wanted a public process so that people can weigh into it,
Correct.
but cautiously willing.
I think that's the direction. If you want to move forward, we will get some information. We'll get legal advice from Tara and she'll be in contact with you if there's something that arises, and we'll go through the legal process and the public process and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I already spoke with her and I'm gonna actually be hitting her up probably next week sometime for some information that will probably help us out. So I appreciate all your time and thank you very much.
Right, thank you for coming in. All right.
that hearing, right? We have to do that hearing.
Probably swing by to see you and.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
See you later.
All right, let's Du Bois ambulance.
Oh, you guys been sitting there for a while.
We came down to listen.
Okay. Du Bois ambulance proposal. Okay,
Who we're talking about?
we're just talking amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Richard chicken.
So, the mayor had come in, if you recall, and asked us if we would consider helping them establish an ambulance service in the Du Bois and Frohart area. I don't remember the zip codes, sorry. But it included that, similar to their helicopter agreement that they have. It would include both zip codes. So I have written a proposal, and of course, this is just a draft, and we will have to work with the city of Du Bois and everybody to further on, but the first thing would be to donate one ambulance that is currently in use and equipped with essential equipment that is in our current vehicle pool. The other one is draft an agreement with the town of Du Bois to lease our current residence and ambulance garage at a minimum rate for 2 years. After two years, Du Bois, it shouldn't say can't, it doesn't say will. I would say that they can purchase residence and the ambulance garage at a negotiated price. Thirdly, Du Bois will receive an ambulance in good working condition that will be gone through and inspected by our vehicle maintenance department prior to our release of the vehicle. All of the equipment that is currently in the ambulance and being used daily will remain in the ambulance and will be transferred also. So that means all the equipment that goes with it, heart monitors, oxygen bottles, whatever is increased. I mean, whatever we currently use. All maintenance of the ambulance vehicle, contents of said vehicle, residents and ambulance garage will be paid by the town of Du Bois, including fuel, tires, and utilities. This is to include any replacements that need to be purchased. Fremont County will provide mutual aid assistance for any calls, ambulance, fire, law enforcement, etc., when needed and whenever possible. Conversations with a new medical director, that conversation should probably take place between the town of Du Bois and the new medical director. And the reason for that is because there's a lot more interest in patients going to Jackson than there is to come to Sage West. So that would be an entirely different medical director. Does that make sense? Now that I did talk to Diane Lane about using the medical director that they use in Lander. And they said, and she said there is a possibility that they could take on the crew, as a medical director, but like I said, if they go to Teton County, that's totally out of our realm of operation, and that would require a different medical director. Dispatch fees will be the responsibility of the town of Du Bois and is currently as it is with your current police department. And really as few calls as there are, dispatch fees would be, I would guess, fairly minimal. And then an understanding or a contract, Carl can kind of explain the contract or the agreement that they would have with dispatch, and it's fairly simple, correct, Carl?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know where Fremont.
I know that, right.
But when I was employed there, there was an MOU in place for dispatching services for all the agencies that the dispatch center provided services.
Thank you.
Insurance, licenses, license plates, etc., will be the responsibility of the town of Du Bois, simply because it would be their own operating entity, if you will, and that they would fall under the LGLP, but not under the county's LGLP policy. So, and the last, this goes with that. Fremont County government cannot cover vehicle, personnel, operation liability, taxes, insurance, and costs associated with the operations due to restrictions from our own insurance and liability providers. And that's all I had. I know there's there'll be questions, but we have an interest in doing it and we want to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, man.
Yeah, please come forward.
Mike Frankini, Fire Chief, Du Bois. I have some reservations, and there's quite a few people in town that have come to me that have some reservations over this. But first of all, there's been no public meeting to discuss it with public in the response area. So there might be some pushback from people because we have a good system that works fairly good. I know there's been some questions about
in the past that possibly Frontier would pull an ambulance out, and I think that was the biggest concern. We haven't seen that come to a head at all. As far as fire department goes, the fire department right now has some major reservations because no one has come to us to talk to us other than there's rumors, oh, well, the fire department can run it. Well, we don't have the resources to do that. We're down to 14 volunteers. We can barely keep up with our training that's required now, let alone maybe going through a 300-hour class and stuff like that. And financially, we can't do it. We just don't have the finances to do that. It's never been asked of us, but that is some of our concern. If this were to go through, if they were to just use volunteers to staff this prior to when the county had the ambulance, we had one paid intermediate and then about 23 volunteers, and they were good. I actually volunteered on the ambulance, and there were plenty of times, so when that ambulance would roll out with one person and then maybe have to meet them at the scene, or the fire department would have to drive. With the lack of volunteers on the fire department side, I mean, 90% of my volunteers have businesses and stuff. You're talking a minimum of 5 to 6 hours from time of dispatch to the time to call them back, and we can't do that. So I guess the reservations that I do have is, number one, it hasn't been brought to the public. Number two, I don't think it's been talked about how they're going to staff this ambulance. And then just the finances. If it's just one ambulance, that isn't feasible.
Right.
Ambulances break down all the time. I mean, it's the electrical systems and so on. So they need a backup. And I get that there's a mutual aid possibly with Frontier or something to come up. You're talking an hour. We had a call a week ago where Frontier ground transported on another incident. We had a snowmobile incident. We waited a good hour and a half, and the ambulance and the helicopter got there at the same time. Pretty much. I mean, like within 5 minutes of each other. And a lot of that was due to weather. The helicopter couldn't fly, and they waited. So air ambulance is a great thing, but we're limited.
Right.
We're limited by weather, wind, just conditions or availability.
Well, and that's it. I mean, you have the agreement with Guardian.
Right.
Well, if their plane or helicopter is out,
right,
then you got to go to Classic.
Yep.
Or get one from
Air Idaho.
Yeah. Yep. So that doesn't, if you're in that situation, you're stuck with what, I mean, I shouldn't say stuck, but you get what you get.
Right.
And you got to deal with it. But so Commissioner Jones and I have talked to the mayor and Harold, and there was 5 or 6 people there. We had talked to them about possibly, because it cost us approximately $600,000 a year to operate an ambulance in Dublin's. Well, and you're right, one ambulance is not enough. And that's, I guess we could, I think we would be open to getting 2 ambulances there, so you would have a full crew, if you will. But we initially went and had our discussion about starting a fly car situation where we have a full-time paramedic lives there, and when a call comes in, volunteers can meet the paramedic at the scene, and they can drive for him while they treat the patient. And if they have some training, they can do what their scope of duty is. But and that kind of went away. I mean, we didn't hear much more about it. So we wanted to help you out. We want to do what we can, and we don't want to, we've got to just do all we can to work with you and make this work.
Right. And I get that. I just feel, I don't think on the town side, I don't think there's been enough research done to see the feasibility of financially and to support that ambulance. So those are my concerns. So, and I'm not only speaking for the fire department, but I'm speaking for myself as a resident. I think there's a good chance that maybe the quality of EMS response might go down from what we have. As it is now with a full-time staffed ambulance, there's a lot of times if we are paged to assist the ambulance, we arrive before the ambulance. So if we're stepping back in time, waiting for volunteers to staff an ambulance, and at that time it worked. I'm not taking away from those people. It worked. Was it optimal? No. But I think we have a pretty good system now, and I think maybe personally, I think maybe the conversation from them ought to be with you to guarantee that an ambulance won't be pulled out.
Right.
With, say, Frontier or whatever ambulance company takes over, or if the county takes over ambulance again.
Well, I mean, we can't guarantee that, I mean, what's gonna happen in the future. I mean, you look at the number of volunteers you used to have versus now, and the same with the EMS group.
Right.
Harold was a big part of that, and everybody was, I believe there was like 15 or 20 people that were EMTs back in the day. And it's like that the whole county.
Sure. I mean, as far as volunteerism for emergency services, which, fire departments and EMS throughout the United States, I think it's like 80% are volunteer.
Right.
But that number has dropped. And it's kind of a national epidemic as far as volunteerism. I mean, you just can't get the volunteers you used to get.
Right.
Or you can't get the quality. And then the whole attrition, we get people to sign up for the fire department. And then when they get into it, they realize the training involved and the classes involved, it's like, wait a minute, that's not what I signed up for. I wanted to go squirt water.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's not like that. But I think maybe in the EMS world too, with volunteers, you're gonna get that where people are gonna think it's kind of glamorous until they get their fingers in the goo. And it's like, I don't really like this. So.
Well, when I first started, I was like that. I mean, I got fire, EMS, first responder, all that stuff. Well, there was 5 of us then.
Right.
Now there's 2.
Yeah.
And one of them goes to Arizona for the winter.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but I think if you'll have a discussion with the mayor and those folks and have a discussion, we're willing to pursue it, I think, and work out whatever we can. We don't know where to go or what to do next.
Right.
They brought in a proposal for us to look at, and I tried to go through it and answer the questions, and I give a short executive version, if you will, to the answers. But there's so much stuff that we cannot do because of liability. And
Understood.
I mean, we can help all we can with the house and the ambulance barn and the ambulances and the equipment that's in there. But we can't do the personnel because they wouldn't be county employees.
Correct. Yeah.
But, I would be more than willing to further this discussion and go from there.
I just really feel that they need to get some public input from those areas. So, but I just wanted to voice them.
Okay. Come on. If you'll introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm AJ Albright. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief in Dubois. Just to back up what he said, our biggest concern is if they do get established up there and Frontier pulling out. I just want to drive that home. We're very concerned about that because if Frontier pulls out, that's going to put a burden on us as the fire department. So
I just wanted to drive that.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I understand that.
Because it'll be obvious. Yeah, well, pull out a Du Bois for it. Because that would be the obvious thing to say 600,000 or whatever on the budget you just said. And that is a huge concern for us.
Yeah, and you know, that is concerning. We get the question all the time. Well, why doesn't county fire do the ambulance as well? Well, because we're all 98% of volunteers and we have jobs, we have a life, you know, we have families. We can't dedicate the training time. We can't leave spur of the moment. You know, there's all kinds of reasons why you can't do it, but, so, I mean, it's a deal. It's a tough deal. And if we could regionalize and then to include Du Bois in Crowheart area and maybe even possibly the reservation. Because they came into us early with the proposal, maybe getting an ambulance for 'em. Maybe we could combine that and make our own region and get funding to help cover that cost. Or help cover the cost. So.
I guess that's some of the stuff that needs to be brought up, you know, to the public, because I mean, there's concerns that I've had people, well, how are they gonna fund this? You know, and is the county gonna give them subsidies, or are they gonna just plan on funding it by calls, which we all know, you know, a lot of those calls that they get when they bill,
Right.
they don't get the money for them.
Right.
You know, people just walk away.
Yeah.
So that's a concern, you know, if we get that, and like AJ said, Frontier goes, perfect, we're saving money. And then all of a sudden, this ambulance fails, we have nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a concern.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know, and I'm in the same boat as you are. I mean, at least you have an ambulance. I should think, I call it, you have two ambulances in Du Bois. Where I live, we have none.
Right.
And so the first thing you do, depending on what kind of call it is, we call it helicopter.
Yeah.
And
And we do have the auto launch up there, but there again, you know, that's
Right.
just dependent on the weather,
exactly,
you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's so many variables. So I encourage you to have further conversations and feel free to call me anytime.
okay.
And we can discuss this, go through this and try to make this work for the best for everybody involved.
I just wanted to advise the commission our concerns, you know.
I appreciate that.
And a lot of these questions were to be directed towards the mayor, but
We thought she was gonna be here today, so.
Well, I think she probably is, but Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, the only reservation I have with this is that the county should always own the land and the buildings. If it goes south, like we see the historical preservation kind of disbanded a little bit, we can always pull it back together, right? Have the land and the buildings. And there, even if we lease them to the city of Du Bois, $10 a year or whatever, but we still own them.
Right.
And we still have so in case anything does go wrong or something falls apart, we can regroup and say, we can start here. If we have to go out and buy a piece of land, put up a building, let's just keep our asset there and keep that a part of the county. I always feel better about keeping county assets.
Absolutely.
Assets. That's my personal feeling. And they may.
Well, you know, and like I say, this is just a draft
Yeah.
copy. And it's just, you know, just thoughts that I had that I presented to this board a couple of months ago, and we need to move on or move forward with it and see if it goes anywhere. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we strike it up to just a little bit of wasted time. But no, I think there's something we can work out, and I think we could come to an agreement where it would benefit everybody to maintain like I said, the fly car deal strikes me as a good, because I think there would be enough volunteers that could drive and have a paramedic just full time, just live in the house. And when the call comes, they have a response, vehicle and they could meet there and I don't know, that's just the 30,000 view look.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for coming down. I appreciate it.
Express our concerns.
I appreciate that.
Is this just in the start of it, so people, when they talk, rumors fly?
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely, I see it on Facebook every day.
Yeah.
So,
And, we get a lot of people coming to us. So that was some of the stuff. And like AJ said, we thought that the mayor would be down here, so these were more questions towards her. And our biggest concern is just nothing's been put out to the public. Seems like there's a lot of background work.
well, you have to lay it out first.
Right. So,
Do you see an increase in calls when the tourists?
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's when you get a lot more calls anyway. So-
Even for the fire department, we're way busier vehicle accidents, so on and so forth, and search and rescues. So, yeah, that's a big thing, and Du Bois is a tourist town, as you all know.
Right.
Something, so we gotta keep that, we have to keep that energy there. So,
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Thanks for the.
Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
input and like I say, give me a call anytime. Do you have my number?
Yep, I do.
We can have further the discussion.
Thank you, guys. There'll be one last question. You guys like in your new search and rescue building and how's it come together for, use it?
Over there?
I don't know, we neither one of us are on search and rescue, so.
Yeah, been over to see it.
Good.
I've got to see the inside of it.
Yeah.
Daryl's still on.
Right.
Okay. I'll get it.
Okay, well, thank you.
Give us a tour. Thank you.
Julie.
I'll be right
Anybody need paperwork? You want to give? You need some?
Okay.
Everybody have what I sent them?
I didn't send one. I need Emma to give me a crash course on how to look up the.
I have no idea either.
It's super simple, I promise you.
I'm sure it is.
If I can read it.
I'm sure it is. I
Did you get
just,
it?
What's
Did you get a
that?
I
copy?
look. in-
I got a copy of
Yeah, but
draft,
here you go, Ron. Oh, so you're there.
3 papers,
Yep, I think Ron got it.
three of papers.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, it's that time of year. So the first thing on our lookout for, getting ready for budget season is our finance committee, which has been the chairman, vice chairman, assessor, treasurer, and clerk. We need to meet by the end of March. I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but maybe we can try to get together. I know Tara said that she has a little bit better feel for numbers now. Looks like Jim has given you a great piece of paper. So it's time for us to look at that because it's pretty difficult for you guys to write a letter to our departments. And they need the whole month of April to get their budgets done. So, I'll get with the chairman and vice chairman, see when you get that information so that then they can, talk to you all about what kind of a message we want to send out. And so the number 2 is the memo from the commissioners. I just wanted to give you what you had from last year. I think that might significantly change. I've sort of have already told the people at the department heads at the elected official department head meeting at the beginning of this month to start working on their budgets, and then just look at them like don't increase them from last year. We do have some money that we set aside last year when we were all done. Looks like we have some money that'll help out the road department, and that won't be money that we'll have to cough up somewhere else. So I think just off the cuff, I think it's probably not still a bad idea to just sell them to keep us close as they can to last year's amount. Unless there are people like your county attorney that came to you today and are gonna need excess stuff, then you can at least allow them to put that on their budget packet to you. I've had a couple of the social services ask us if we're gonna try to do any other funding. I told them I didn't think so, but that really was not up to me, so I'm asking you if I need to send something out to them saying yay or nay.
I don't think, I personally don't think we can this year.
Okay, okay, right. Budget work session, that's this sheet. So what I did on this one, do need to talk to our, so we have a requirement that the offline boards meet with us before the budget, and last year, I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure I didn't meet with all of them. Definitely need to meet with the fair. I know the museum will probably be okay, definitely need to visit with the library. So I put them closer to the end, if you can see that. I've also thrown in the opioid and gaming budget. Public health has come to Jim and I and said that they don't want to handle the opioid budget anymore. And so we had reached out to Kevin Reeman from the sheriff's office and Ryan to see if Kevin could oversee at least the budget, not necessarily maybe all the program, because there seems to be a big group of the programming. He is supposed to be meeting with us this week today. I don't even remember when he's meeting with us, but he's going to look at that. The gaming budget, I guess that's been being worked on by the prevention specialist, and she's getting that percentage that she can get from that to administer that. Found out they didn't change her salary back when I gave them all that information, so we're trying to reinvent that wheel. So Commissioner Thomas is supposed to sign that, but since we're doing our payroll right now, if I could get that signed by the chairman, that we approved that last year. But I did put both of those on there, just to see if you guys want to have conversations about that. I put the commissioners and the ambulance clear at the bottom. We have like an extra week in June for work sessions. That's why you have some things happening in June for hearings. That gives us a little bit more time. So if there's anything here that you see that I've forgotten or you don't want to see them or whatever, just let me know. I have not sent this out to the departments yet, and that always changes with whatever they have in their worlds as to what they've got. I showed you quite a while ago what that new look would look like, and I'm also going to get all of your, since you have computers, I'll be getting all of your logins for your computers so you can look at Gravity on your computers. I will honestly say it is a little bit easier to see them, especially on the laptop. It's easier to see the paper. Emma is also signed up, so there is a picture of what and I gave you a copy of that last time where it's a shorter picture and everything. So we'll still be giving those things out, but they will be available on your computer anytime you want to watch. You won't be able to change anything, but let's say vehicle maintenance wanted to say, hey, look at my budget and see what you think. You'd be able to go out and look and see how he's doing. So we will have a training on that in April for all of our departments, back for everybody to learn about that. If you guys aren't available for that training, then we'll probably take an afternoon after one of your meetings so that we can get you caught up on how to look at those things. Budgets that I did not list, but I think we should have some conversation on. So at somewhere, the number one was economic development that we know has some money in it, but I couldn't remember if there were any others. So that's the only one that came to my mind when I typed this. So just write down if there are any others that we're missing that you haven't had a chance to review in years past or that are not on here already. Public employee and law enforcement retirement rates will go up. Remember last year we had retirement rates go up for law enforcement. And so we'll have the same thing for them. They'll have their second set, and then public now starts theirs. Elected official salaries, those have to be set for the next 4 years prior to the first day of filing, which is May 14th. We hope to have all of that information as elected officials. We're getting information for you, and we hope to have that to you here at the 31st of April. just some information that we have gathered for you. If you need us here for any comment during April, you have 3 meetings in April, but you would be able to maybe do that in April and have that done way ahead of that May timeframe. Health insurance rates, we are working on this. I asked the Health Insurance Committee to be completely done by June 1st, meaning your approval of it, which means at our next meeting, Jim is going to have our composite rates. It's not looking bad on the health insurance side, but we'll see what another month does to us. We're hanging right in there about the same rate of percentage to how much we should be spending at this time. Capital revolving, I think I will send out a copy of that immediately and so that we can get a meeting prior to you deciding what you want to have for the people's budgets. That way we could factor in their rates so you know exactly.
Have you
how
heard
much
of
it is.
anything other than roads for blades or whatever? Have you heard of anybody needing anything from capital revolving?
Well, I've had a few people ask if we're gonna have a meeting, so that must mean they have some thoughts, but,
Yeah.
and probably the thought is, and I don't know why we ever say needs or wants, because in my opinion, you should always just ask for what you need, but I assume that's the same message as, hey, I know there's some with the new, IT guy, he has some ideas, and so I told him I talked to him about this process, so we'll make sure we get that out soon so everybody can start doing that. Special districts, last year you saw the new special districts from the Lander and Riverton Senior Citizen Centers. Is there anybody that you've heard of out there besides Weed and Pest Solid Waste and Wind River Visitors Council, because they already come here, but is there anybody else in the special district world that has approached you or you've heard problems with that you want to have them see you? Because I will also start getting their packets out to them. Okay. Pretty much what I had. I just wanted to kind of get us started.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Jim and I have chatted about this real briefly, with capital revolving, I've kind of thrown this idea out there before that a capital construction and replacement, building replacement, whether we set up another fund or we set up it as a part of the process, the state sets aside 2% of their asset value every year for that sort of thing, and we've never done that, and we need to do something. So I don't know if that's a special session of the capital revolving to talk about buildings, but in the past, we predominantly spend most of our time on roads, sheriff's department, detention, that sort of thing. And we need to open our eyes to the long-term replacement values of buildings, and that, I mean, we just spent millions with LATC funds
Updating.
and coming up, with basically deferred maintenance. When I first came here, I'm with JR, and I used to talk about it. He says, well, yeah, I've got a whole list of things I want to do, but I'm not going to put it in the budget because the commissioners won't vote for it. And I go, that's not your decision to make. That's the commissioner's decision to make. And unless you put it out in front of them, what we're deferring in maintenance, and we still, we're still struggling to get traction around that. So it's just something, and I think that plays part and parcel to the fair, the library, the museums. I think Scott does a pretty decent job, but it was obvious that, the conversation around the fair was, oh yeah, our buildings are the best in the state. And I'm like, gosh, that's sure not what came out of the conversations a year ago.
Right.
So that to me is why we need to continue to push this conversation about our assets and replacement value. So Jim, I don't know if you want to get together and come up with some ideas on how we incorporate that in, whether it's a separate fund. In the future, we can talk offline. I just think it's a huge area that we're not paying attention to.
Mr. Chairman, while he's coming up here, we do have money left in the LATC fund that is not appointed to something. And when we started capital revolving, that was a $500,000 a year commitment for a few years to get us that seed money.
Right.
So that might, before we spend it all.
Yep.
Is a good way to maybe start that fund and be looking at that direction. I did mention to Commissioner Jones when we talked about it a little bit, but when we go and do our property insurance values, and each one of us, so the fair and the library have their separate, and museum have their separate stuff too, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, we all have to look at those things, and now they're getting a lot more picky. So like when we get a vehicle in, and something goes out, you don't take it out, you're still charged for it. So we have people in our bookkeeping department that are watching that all the time. But then the second page was like, here's all your buildings. I gave it to John and went, just at least make sure they are our buildings, and
Yeah.
I've got something down for them, but honestly, nobody really looked, since JR, has really looked at those. They're
Yeah.
probably fine, but I'm just telling you that is another area that we would need. This would be a great idea for somebody to be monitoring that
Yeah.
stuff too. So.
I agree, and I don't have any immediate solutions to any
Yeah.
of this stuff. I mean, I don't know if I would say I worry a little bit about lumping that in with capital revolving. As I was telling Commissioner Jones, the county used to have what they called the simple committee, yeah, which was I'll probably flub what that stood for, but it was a capital improvement.
Maintenance plan, long term.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Not that it had a separate fund or whatever, but it definitely was a group that was around these larger capital projects.
Yeah.
And I think it included road projects, so that intention was that the roads department would present their plan, to the simple committee. And, and I think that wouldn't be a bad thing to extend that out to cover the fair and the library and the museum. Because we've got substantial investments in buildings and infrastructure with them as well. So something like that might be, a fantastic idea. And, on the financial side of it, that's obviously just an advisory committee or whatever. On the financial side of it, it'd be fantastic if we said, committed to something and said, this is what we're going to do. Recognizing that property taxes and mill levies and things like that are, they're hot button items right now. And, if we decide that we're gonna dedicate part of our 12 mills to, to a property replacement fund that may be accessible to all of our component units, then, that's a tough decision to make that has revenue impacts across the board for all of us. But I don't think it's a bad topic or bad discussion to have.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to have it. I love it when people talk about our commitment to different things, and we owe, to a little bit what Commissioner Fabricius was saying, we owe it to ourselves to protect the assets that we have.
Right.
I don't think we can't get rid of assets that we don't need anymore, and we've done it before. We got, the extension building and the nursing building, we consolidated under a smaller footprint and bank the money. And that's okay. But protecting those assets, because it's either that or you're gonna have the public showing up. What do you mean you never planned for a rainy day? That's just stupid. So part of our fiduciary responsibility is to plan for rainy days and for replacement at some point. So I think a large number of people would be surprised that we don't have it, to be honest. Most people try to maintain their homes for that reason.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a good topic. I don't know where we start. Maybe we start with capital revolving, spring back out to this conversation.
Yep.
But I think it's gotta be part of the budget conversation this year.
Absolutely.
If not, I'm gonna come back and haunt you from the grave You need to do this. The grave. Right. Okay,
Well, thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay. When do you wanna work on that?
That's the first step.
When do you wanna work on that deal with the quarter cent that?
So let's actually, Larry gets the email. And Jim, you said you had some ideas. When you're in the back of the room, I remember distinctly, you said, based on those things, that might be a good place for a discussion starter. Do you want to do a rough draft and then throw it out to us, or do you? want-
Sure, absolutely. And I don't necessarily say that I have,
No, no, it's a-
proposed solutions to
a
this.
rough-
I just,
It's just a rough draft and to throw it out to the rest.
yeah, I just absolutely feel like I got a lot more clarity on how sales taxes can be presented and I think that there are considerations to have across the board about like the best way to.
We just need to condense it and simplify it so we can get around it as topics. And I'll work back and forth with you if you want to get it out, because I like framing things to get them as
Yeah.
chunky, as concise as possible. So, and then get it to these guys, and then we can spread it out to everybody.
Okay.
That work?
Yep.
What, I'm gonna ask this question, what if both of those fail?
Yeah.
Then we're still on the hook.
On the hook, but then we have to prove it,
No.
right, and put in an ambulance.
You don't have to.
Huh?
We don't have to. That's an option we
Yeah.
have for funding. Is to form a district and then have then again, we have to have an election on
Right.
whether to increase the mill levy.
You don't have to though.
Right.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, so you as commission can just say, we want to form the district, and then you can put whatever money you want into it. It's just a district with some people, the way I read it. You don't have to go for the mill levies. You can start with just district
No,
to
we can
decide what you want to do with your ambulance. That, when we talked about like who's gonna do that, that would be one way. The joint powers would be another way. It just depends on.
We could confuse it even more in the general election.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right.
No?
Well,
Anyway.
we'll wait till Jim gets that and
Okay, and then whenever
yeah.
you guys wanna also
Yeah.
work on this other, if you wanna do it, you do the same,
I can't tomorrow
okay,
Okay,
and I can't Friday.
okay, if you'd like it Thursday.
Thursday I got FCAG
Okay,
in the middle of the day, and it's my
We
wife's
can-
birthday, so
okay,
have to be early morning. No,
Monday?
it could be early morning Thursday. Can you do Thursday or not?
Yeah, I can do Thursday.
I think
Thursday
I
morning?
think I can do Thursday morning.
I have to be out of Du Bois Shoshone at 11. So before 10.
If not, maybe we
8
can
to
plan,
10.
if not, maybe we can plan on Monday.
That's fine too.
Let's just plan on Monday. And then that way Jim can get that stuff to us. We can hash
Okay.
back and forth and go from there.
Okay.
And then no meeting then on Tuesday.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody calls it.
Finance committee.
So then finance committee, can we do that the same day on Monday? If I get Tara, is available, we do. Okay, maybe we could just
I'm
work the
good.
two of them together. We'll send out an email if everybody will.
Oh, right, Monday's gonna suck. There's line in class.
Line. Wait, I don't wanna go this way. I wanna go watch
I'm
that.
trying to. Eric Barlow's in Delaware. They're trying to take him by the senior center at Riverside to go line dancing at
I
9.
got this.
So.
Well, we'll
So-
throw out an email and see what everybody's Monday looks like.
I got it.
Okay.
Recap.
Thanks.
I'll wait to hear about what happened with that meeting and then.
Yeah. Wait. Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things that we have a little problem with, for some of these off-white boards is you said, we said, they said, somebody said. What about the insurance airport, it's on Zoom?
Well, I think,
About that.
I've asked them several times. Told them we could get them the equipment and they haven't renewed them.
How about we don't ask?
So we just send them a resume.
Well, you know, I think we'll have to make a policy that boards have to have the option for Zoom capabilities and to use Zoom for their meetings. And so I think that would be something that we could pass in a policy, and then it would be enforceable.
We see that sometime in the future. Next month. But, well,
Right, you go further.
Okay.
All those in favor of adjourning? Say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.